bring this budget workshop to order and start off the meeting with Barry, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. So this morning, we're going to start off by just trying to give you an overview of the challenges as part of this year's budget. You've kind of seen it throughout the year and things that we're dealing with, but we'll start off by kind of giving you the macro. Here are kind of the big challenges that we're going to go into. And then we're going to get into department and agency and constitutional officer specifics as we go through the next 6 days of hearing the specifics of what makes up that total. As you know, coming through this, we've been looking at alternatives and options and things like that, and so we have thoughts and ideas. But as we go through this, we'll also hear from you and your thoughts and ideas. It's based upon that collective discussion that then we'll come back, reformulate those into presenting a balanced budget at the July 18th budget meeting. And so that's kind of the process that we'll use to get there. But next slide, Chris, we'll kind of start with this. In putting together a budget, there's no one entity that puts us together. It's everybody working together. It's just the way county government works. And that includes our constitutional officers, all of our different appointing authorities working in our BCC departments along with our OMB staff that goes through the details of all of that. I get feedback from you throughout the year. I get your strategic plan and your thoughts. And it's through all of this that we kind of get here today to kind of kick off this budget process. And this just kind of gives you an overview. I mean, county government is big, and there are so many different facets to it. And so you can see the different things. We're going to go through each and every one of these areas. And it's, but, when people say, well, well, cut this or give me this, but find it somewhere else. Well, there's a constituent for somewhere else, too. There's a lot of different things that we do. Most of them are statutory. Some are not. And so, now the level of service is the key on how much we put into each priority area. But that kind of gives you an idea. We have 972,000 residents. We have 5.7 million visitors, 31,000 businesses. So all that goes into trying to set the priorities and create a budget that represents your priorities and needs within the community. This year, though, and it's really been leading up over the last 2 years, and you've seen that, has been particularly difficult. Right now we've built in a 3% pay increase for our employees, but our regional salary survey showed that really should be higher. And that's something that we've got to factor in, but we've obviously got to have money to do that. The changes in the Florida retirement system this year are significant. So the actuarial analysis, which means just keeping benefits the same, and they do, and because of investment losses over the last couple of years or whatever in the stock market, that's caused us to pay about $5 million more just under the current system. Then add in the new bill that occurred this past year, and that's costing us through the sheriff about $10 million for the enhanced benefit that was passed by the Florida legislature this past year. So as you can see, just to maintain our current retirement system, you're talking about $15 million. It's significant. The sheriff's request, or I'll say all constitutionals, the majority of which is the sheriff, that's $42.5 million. And as you know, I mean, your food bill at home went up. Well, the food bill in his jail that he, serves meals, 3 times a day, every day of the year, has went up. His jail medicals went up. And, and he's trying to maintain and be competitive with his compensation too. And that's having a significant impact on his operation. We've seen our operating expenses go up, but in the constitutionals, we provide an expense allowance increase. But in our BCC departments and appointing authorities, we net that out at zero and make them justify any contract increase. And so you can see it's not, in the scheme of things, it's not significant, but as you can see, these begin to add up, line by line, item by item, to where it has a significant impact on our budget. This next year, we're going to be paying out through payroll. It's a leap year, so there'll be 27 pays rather than 26. That's $1 million, including the sheriff, just for that one. And some of the non-general fund, you've seen these. Chemicals are up 20, 30, 40, even 50%. Property insurance, that has a significant impact on it. It says non-general fund, that's in its proprietary fund, but we got to fund it up. That's $3.3 million just under our property insurance. Fuel and parts, you can see, vehicle replacement. The health benefit actuary, we're going to go into this in greater detail with when we get to HR, but there's the actuary come back with that we need to put $14 million more into this. We have options there because we have a healthcare reserve, but there's something that's challenging there because it's spiked over 21%, and I'm not seeing that in other large jurisdictions. We saw it down in Sarasota County. We haven't seen it in Tampa, Hillsborough, Pasco, and so I'm challenging this, and we're going to do an audit because we do have a new company, so we're going to do an audit on it, but that is significant, and there's just no way to account for that, to have a 21% spike in our healthcare premiums. And remember, we're self-funded, so these are actual costs that are coming in of bills we're paying out. So we need a lot more discussion there because it's unsustainable over time. And more importantly, we can absorb part of it through that, but you can't use a reserve fund to fund ongoing cost, over time. Our professional services utility. I only give you this. If you put things on one page, this is driving a lot of the decisions that we're going to make with the budget. These are real costs, real issues, and I think as the sheriff has said, this is not expanding government. This is simply to keep the lights on, to maintain the services that we currently have. And so these are the challenges. We're going to get into all of these over the next 6 days, but just to create a somber mood, this is the things that we're dealing with in here in this year's budget. Keep going. As you know, you provide us that strategic plan, and so we take that and we use that for creating the budget. You've seen that with things like our mental health initiatives. Those are baked into the budget that we've increased over the last several years, and we could go through each of the areas within your strategic plan. This is how we use that for continuous improvement. We operationalize your strategic plan, we budget for that, and then we measure the performance in each of those areas. We know from your priorities, we want to take care of our employees. We've had a challenge to improve retention and recruitment. We know you want to keep taxes and fees low, and we work hard to try to do that, but at the same time trying to maintain the level of service and delivering on the promises. Inflation has been a major driver in this budget, and we kind of accounted and saw it last year, but it's really coming to light this year. And so we're trying to create a disciplined financial approach to where we're not using one-time money for ongoing costs, that we have a balanced budget and it's sustainable. So, go ahead.
Sure. So good morning, Commissioners. Chris Rose, Office of Management and Budget. A couple of things that we have in the budget at the moment. It's still a work in progress, but we have property tax roll growth of 11.8%, and we will be hearing from our property appraiser momentarily. At the moment, we have the countywide millage flat. No decisions have been made on the decision packages that have been turned in as yet from all the different sources that are out there. The funding is sized to continue services and accommodate inflation. We've already hit it a couple of times, but there have been a couple of cases where we had to move things up just to keep the lights on, as the administrator said. The general fund is not yet structurally balanced. That is what we talked about, where recurring revenues pay for recurring expenses and one-time revenues pay for one-time expenses. That is something we're still working our way through. The penny for Pinellas, though, is balanced for the 10-year term of the levy. So we have got that, and you will
It's
see that
balanced
next.
for the things that were promised in the 2017 list.
Yep.
May I ask you, just for edification, as we move forward, to give us a list of those things that we promised in 2017, so we're not sitting here wondering what that, because, you know, that was quite
Yeah,
a few,
Yes,
that
ma'am.
was quite a few years ago.
We'll send you that.
I think that would be helpful.
We have other things on the list that were added since 2017.
That's what I'm worried about.
And we're working on those too. We're trying to accommodate the varying different needs, and some of them are legitimate requests. What we're trying to work first off, is the things that were promised on the original list, and then we're trying to accommodate the other projects as we can.
So this might be a crazy question, Barry, but are there things there that if we were making decisions today, we'd think differently about them? Just curious, because what we thought was so critical in 2017, I'm just wondering if that's still the same.
I don't think off of the 2017 list. I think there are other areas, and I think I know where, one in particular you're talking about, but you probably have different priorities amongst, if I ask, I probably have 7 different answers to that, so, but you can look at the list, and then if you want to have a discussion here about things, you certainly can.
Thank you. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just 2 last slides, and this one's the very budget director slide. So it's not one budget that you're approving. It's many budgets in the budget that you're approving. Of course, there's an operating and a capital budget. There's all the different entities that go into it in that middle pie chart, and then all the different funding sources that we have to pay attention to and what can be used for what and how things are funded. And then at the very bottom of the page, you will see there are 22 different distinct millage rates that this board will be asked to vote on come September. So it is not just a big budget, but a lot of services provided and a lot of different boxes that need to be checked as we put it together. And then finally, the next steps, of course, the next 2 weeks are 6 days over the next 10 days that we will be together going through the budget information sessions. July 18th, as the administrator said, the proposed budget will be released. And then 2 budget meetings in September required by state, and these are the tentative dates that we have on those hearing dates. And of course, October 1st is when our new budget year starts. And with that, we're done with this.
That was easy.
The other thing, while you're walking over, and we'll go ahead and move to Mike's presentation. If you're looking through, we do have 2 scheduled public hearings, and we can certainly talk about any budget items there. I will certainly meet with you individually on any of these. But if you want to schedule any other workshops or anything like that, we just need to try to get that around and make sure it can accommodate everybody's schedules. So we're certainly available. It's really at your direction whether or not you want to accommodate additional time later, like in September or something like that, or August to go through any of that. So, okay. But we do have some work sessions in August, so we can certainly fit those into that. But okay, and with that is Mike Twitty.
Thank you, Barry. Appreciate it. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning,
Good morning.
Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to come in and give you a little bit of an overview of what we've seen value-wise, countywide, between 22 and 23. Keep in mind, all of our values have an effective date of January 1. That's that important line in the sand. So we're always measuring at doing our valuation, even though we're just wrapping up valuation. We delivered our estimates for June 1, and July 1 will be when we certify the roll to the Department of Revenue, and then that's when you get your preliminary values to really, start to really fine-tune the budget from there. So with that in mind, we'll jump right to the overall value trends. And you can see, as Chris pointed out, taxable value increased 11.8%, which is about $12.5 billion of taxable value. Just for perspective, even though the percentage was a little bit higher in 2022, the taxable value increased actually $12 billion, so it actually increased a little bit more this year so far. The just value for this year increased about 14.6%. Last year it was about 20%. Just value would be equivalent to market value overall. And just to give you a breakdown on that taxable value, so about 70% of that is generated from residential properties and 30% from commercial. So that's turned into basically a trend of 11 years of positive taxable value growth in excess of an average of 7%. Inflation has obviously hit us in a big way the last several years. So we have hit the Save Our Homes cap of 3%. The past 2 years, I suspect we'll likely hit it again this year unless something dramatic happens over the back half of the year with the consumer price index. But right now it's still trending such that we're going to hit the 3% cap once again. New construction, the red line on the graph here is read off the right axis, and that is, we're still hovering at about that $1 billion of new construction. That's still under 1% of the total taxable value. So not a giant amount, but in a county that's effectively built out, you know, the two counties in this state that are basically built out are us and Monroe, which is the Keys. You know, basically something has to come down for something to go up, or we have to find some underutilized property and redevelop that. So that number continues to hover around that $1 billion. And then that breaks down as follows. About 57% of it in residential, which is pretty consistent over the last several years. About a quarter of it is multifamily rental apartment construction. And the balance of about 18% is all your other general commercial type properties. Looking at some residential market stats, this is just reflective of single family. And you can see, and I know you guys can't see, I'll do it over here so you can kind of see. Median value continued to rise. Per the realtors' numbers you're going to see on the next slide, median sale price is actually about $450,000 as of right now, as of the last report in April. This is a median over the all the sales in 2022. It's not 1 month's worth of sales. So that is probably a better number. However, it doesn't take into account any 2023 data at this point. This was the interesting part. So the median increase on a price per square foot basis stayed about the same year over year there at about 21%. Even though we peaked around June or July in the residential market and we started to pretty much flatten. Some areas we've seen some downward slide a little bit. Obviously, the bidding wars and everything selling at 100% or greater of listing price, that all changed. That worm turned around June of last year, and now we're back to about something more typical where things will sell at about 96 to 97% of asking price. And you'll see our number of transactions fell off considerably. We're back at a level closer to 2015, 2016 for 2022. That was largely a result of the interest rate rise. So that really affected the transactions in the back half of the year. However, it didn't affect pricing as much. It just affected transactional volume in sale count. So here's the realtor stats from their last report. The May report won't be out until I believe the 22nd of this month. So here you can see that 450, 300 on condos and townhomes. Supply is still exceptionally low for single family. For condos, since about March of last year, condos were down to under a month's supply as well as single family was back then, but condos started to steadily rise, and I think that is largely due to the legislative change, the new law change related to the mandatory milestone inspections of condominiums. So that has spurred more listing activity and you know, put more out there on the market, because some people want to get out before those studies are done. They have until the end of 2024 to do their phase ones, and then they have to move into a phase two. Are you all familiar with that law change? Okay. Correct. If you have any questions on any of that stuff and any of the other ad valorem related law changes that have occurred in the last couple of years, we do have a legislative update page on our new website where you can go in and we try to summarize that stuff and tag the bills as well. Yes.
Turn your mic on.
Sorry about that. Just thinking longer term, what do you think that law change is going to do to the value of condominiums, you know, say 3 to 5 years out?
Well, the ones that didn't fund their maintenance fees and their reserves appropriately, those values are going to be recalibrated. We're already seeing those special assessments come in on some of them, and they're anywhere from, you know, $30,000 to $200,000, depending on how big they are and how underfunded they were and what sort of you know, maintenance deficiencies and structural issues they may face. So I think you're going to see the ones that have maintained proper reserves and maintained the property well, they're going to hold their value, they're going to be fine. In fact, they may be the more desirable properties that people may seek out when it comes to condominium purchases. The other ones are, like I said, I think you're going to see those values get recalibrated by the market as a result, at least until they correct those issues and get on a stable footing with their reserves going forward.
Thanks.
So active listings, this kind of tells the tale of the tape. I think when I was with you last year, I showed you this graphic, but obviously we didn't have as much time hadn't passed at that point, so you couldn't see the dip and then the jump back up. So this is active listings going back over the last decade, and you can see this is just residential, and you can see that, you know, we had been up around 8,000 for a considerable period of time. It started to gradually slide down, really slid down, started to really slide even before the pandemic, and then really dove down, and then, you know, that reflects obviously the supply side, and then when you put demand on, there is the actual sale activity. So you can see why people were paying and offering above asking price in that, where that trench was there, and the demand was literally on par or exceeding the active listings out there. Now you can see a correction has been occurring. We hit our low point on sales in January, and we've slowly started to come back up and start to normalize a little bit. Still a little herky-jerky, so we'll have to watch it through the rest of this year. And you can see the supply jumped up, but then started to curtail back as well. This kind of reflects some of that as well, just breaks it down between condo and single family. I know there's a lot of spaghetti going on there, so I apologize for that, but you can see the solid lines represent the 2021 sales activity over the course of a year, and that would be in unit count. And you can see how in 2022 it dramatically fell off in the back half of the year, and then we've started to show the beginning of 2023 with the again, the even more reduced small dotted lines there on the far left. So that year over year, that's turning into a reflecting for single family about 23.6% reduction in transaction count and about 26.5% reduction in condominium sale activity. Our homestead versus non-homestead owners roughly the same, 64-36. Obviously, the 64%, they're protected by the Save Our Homes cap, can't go up more than 3%. Their assessed value can't go up more than 3%. Once they've applied and established their homestead. The others are subject to the 10% non-homestead cap, but that does not cap school taxes. So they pay full just value, full market value on the school tax piece. And also point out single family or cash buyers in the market for single family, roughly 30%. So pretty similar. I think a year ago it was about a third, so pretty close to the same percentage there. And for condominiums, it's actually up a little bit. I think it was around 50% last year. It's 57% as of the last report that I saw. So, and before I explain this slide, so because there's a lot going on this one. But so the supply challenges, we're still facing those largely because of the interest rate increases. We have a lot of people are in their homes that have roughly 3% loans, and they really don't want to get, even if they would like to move within the county or within the state, unless they really have a real need to move because of a job or some other relocation type issue, a lot of them don't want to forego their nice 3% to move into something where they're going to pay 6, 7, or 8%. So that is continuing to keep kind of a lid on a lot of opening up of some additional sale activity and movement within the state. Obviously, cost of ownership challenges we're going to continue to see. We all know about the insurance pressures, not only with homeowners insurance, but also with flood insurance. I was just in DC a few weeks ago, and we brought a lot of materials up there and talked with them about FEMA and NFIP and the issues that our homeowners in Florida are really facing with the new risk rating 2.0 methodology, and how we feel like Floridians are being unfairly punished in that process. It feels like they're pushing more of that load onto Florida homeowners, even though Florida has maintained as a donor state within the program in the 40 years of NFIP's existence. So I don't know if you all saw, so just last week, and we shared a lot of resources with them, with the senators and our House representatives up there, and the Attorney General signed on to a lawsuit against FEMA and NFIP last week, and joined 9 other states that also feel there's a lack of transparency in the new methodology. Everything's been kind of done inside of a black box, and now a lot of the insurance writers have had the ability to really vet out over the last year the differences in the premiums and figure out some of what's going on. And so we were able to bring a lot of that information forward to them, so that kind of got their attention. And so we'll have to see where that goes, but hopefully they'll maybe at least open up and start to show us the numbers a little bit better.
So if I may, Mike?
Yes.
What's the status of the lawsuit now?
Florida literally just signed on, I think about 5 or 6 days ago. So I'll have to circle back with you on that.
It should have been done a long time ago.
Right. And Jewel may be able to give us a better status on that than I can. So she may be able to dig in and find out where it's at.
Sorry, on the court case?
Yeah.
We're waiting. I've got attorneys that are stalking the Florida Supreme Court's docket every Thursday when they release new opinions. So, we're kind of waiting. I've been told there's another case that's similar but not the same to ours. So we're wondering if the court might want to rule on both of those at the same time, and it might slow ours down a little bit. But all we can do is wait.
Well, we're talking about 2 different lawsuits.
Yeah.
So you're talking about PACE.
No. I'm talking about the tax case.
No. Okay. Well, we're talking about 3 different lawsuits.
Sorry. Sorry. We got a lot of lawsuits.
Yeah. No, I was referring to the federal lawsuit that Ashley Moody signed on to related to FEMA.
I'd have to look into that one.
Yeah,
I'm really not very
yeah.
informed about
It's
that
fresh.
one.
It's
Yeah.
yeah.
But they've never trued up their rates, have they?
No.
Well, so are people starting to get their, my understanding was there was going to be a 50 to 100% increase in premiums sent out to consumers in the month of June. Have people started getting those yet?
Oh yes.
Yeah?
Oh yes.
They must be shocked.
They are, and what it does is it basically takes them to full actuarial rate, which might even be 10 times what you're paying, but you can only move at 18%. So there's a glide path with a lid on it. So there's a cap there at 18%. So they started getting their 18% increases. It's more if it's not a primary home, then I think it can be 20%. But so that started to happen. But when you're, you get an 18% increase and you see you're going from, 2,500 to whatever that increase is, but you're on your way to 10,000, it gets your attention. So. All right, so the reason I put up this very complicated looking slide, because we're at a point where if values do start to turn in coming years, this reflects what's called the recapture rule. So, and this brings into the Save Our Homes cap and the 10% cap as well, because you can see here, and I know some can see this, some can't, but assuming just market value peaks here, starts to fall, those that are capped, whether it's Save Our Homes or non-homestead, could continue to rise because they're still well below just value. So and that happened during the Great Recession. We fell off the cliff, and everybody was calling the property appraiser's office saying, how can my assessed value still be going up when my market value is falling? And the reason is they had a large cap. So they had this protection going on, so they weren't anywhere close to market, so they could still rise at the 3% or CPI until those two lines meet. And then they start to turn downward. So that's a bit of a governmental protection or a taxing authority protection device that's in there, so that there's a smoother glide path there. Once those two meet, then you can ride down together. And then where just value stops, that establishes the new baseline for the cap going forward if that person maintained that same, say a Save Our Homes cap on the property. Does that make sense? So I know there's a lot of stuff going on there with that slide, but that's basically the nuts and bolts of what's happening. And you can see here you're back on, you're protected by a cap, and market value is rising once again. And just to give you some perspective on how much is under that cap right now, a decade ago, we only had about $2 billion of difference between assessed value and just value. Now we have $63.6 billion in that differential that's protected by the cap. And only 2.8 of that is commercial because that's non-homestead, so it can already move it up to 10%. 60.8 billion is residential. So the lion's share by far is obviously your residential properties because of the size of that cap. With a B, the big B. So with that kind of wraps up, other than my shameless plug for our new website at the end here to remind everybody that we really are going to turn off .org. They've been running in parallel for about a year. We've been arm wrestling with our vendor trying to get the last couple things polished up, so we intend to take .org down in July. So we'll put a clock up on that, and you'll see it start to count down. But we encourage everybody to give to move over, use .gov. lot of great tools on there that have never been available on the old site. You can do a lot more, and you can find things, in our opinion, a lot easier. You can sign up for e-newsletters. We have the ones that cater to homeowners, real estate professionals, and business owners. You can follow the social media updates, and we have a YouTube channel where when we do our public education sessions each month, those get posted to our YouTube channel, and those education sessions can be attended either in person or virtually each month. The next one coming up is actually a week from Thursday in our South County office, and that will be for first-time Florida homeowners. We call it that just because those are the ones that are usually the most caught off guard, whether they're a first-time buyer or a new buyer within the state of Florida. They don't understand Florida real estate tax law, and they look at a seller's, taxes on a MLS listing and are completely shocked if somebody doesn't warn them ahead of time, when a year later they get a notice from us and they've gone up 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, depending on how big that cap reset is. So, and I actually championed a bill on that to try and create better transparency and disclosure. This session, we started to have some success in the Senate. We hit some headwinds in the House. So I'll be reworking that with the sponsors and trying to get that to further that closer to the goal line for this next session. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions or any feedback on the website. I know you guys drive it every day, hopefully.
Anybody? Questions? Great presentation, Mike. We always look forward to your updates, sad as they sometimes are.
Yeah. Well, it's not all sad.
Well, what's the positive?
What's the positive?
Yeah.
I mean, you still live in Florida, where everybody wants to be. So if you look around the country, a lot of other places, their markets are going the wrong way. So, if you want to find a better deal on a house, you pretty much have to move out of Florida. So, we are a bit insulated in Pinellas County, probably even a little bit more so. Our being a peninsula on a peninsula doesn't hurt either. It creates other issues for us, it puts us in harm's way, but most of the days are quite beautiful here, so people will take that risk.
Mike, just looking into your crystal ball, do you see a point in the future where those two lines are going to meet? Just value and assessed value. You think we're going to go into? I mean, we don't have those same issues that we had in 2008, but
Right. I don't see the supply and demand aligning to where we would get that far askew. You can always have some form of a correction, and I've been through, I think, three market cycles with corrections in my real estate career. So I know it goes like this. It's never a straight line going up forever. So it's about how big those waves are. And I think most things are in place to prevent it, but you never know, because there are macro things outside of our control here that can influence those. So, I think like I said, in Florida here, we're in a lot better position than most. I don't see a great recession type of event happening. We're going to see some more correction with commercial markets as those the CMBS loans come due, and people are either going to have to dig in their pocket and come up with many more millions, because those values are going to recalibrate some, because cap rates are rising. They were at a point where they really couldn't go any lower for income producing properties, and so I think we're going to see some correction there. And I don't know how much rent growth we can really squeeze renters for. Right. There's there's a limit there. I mean, we've
God,
seen
I
it.
hope we're there.
Yeah. I mean, we've had incredible, rent growth like we've never seen in my 56 years on the planet, and now, I think we're about there. So, and there's still a bunch of inventory that will be coming forward. You all will have to deal with the new Live Local Act and manage that as well. That wouldn't take effect from a tax roll standpoint until 2024 would be the first year anyone could qualify for it. We have resources on our legislative update page on there. We kind of did a one-pager to help because we've had a lot of developers interested calling in, want to understand how it works. And you have a piece that only applies to new construction, but now it's not just a nonprofit that would qualify, it's also for-profit can qualify for it. But it basically, it's almost like it takes the place of going through the tax credit development process. But instead of a federal tax credit, now you're looking at an ad valorem tax abatement.
Right.
So it's kind of shifting the burden from the federal level down to the locals.
Yep. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. And then I guess.
Next to go to your budget.
Yes. You all were kind enough to let me just go ahead and jump into my budget at the same time. Save me a trip, return trip. I guess, is it on here? Oh, okay. So I think I can sum it up in one sentence. I'm under target. Might be the only time you hear it. We reduced our position count by 1 this year. We were able to, we did a promotion to a director's position. It was also our in-house counsel, and he's effectively doing double duty, so we were able to drop a position there. And our operating expenses are the only line item or group that's really jumping up a bit. It looks like 10.6%, but that's because we're adding some additional technology tools to allow our staff to work more efficiently and prolong the life of our current CAMA system, which is our computer-assisted mass appraisal software system. That's a $2 to $3 million change if we upgrade to a new CAMA system. We're trying to prolong the life of that, so we're doing some kind of stopgap measures and put some new tools in place so we can see if we can keep that running longer, and working with that vendor who is making promises to us that they're not going to go and sunset it on us anytime soon. But overall, our expenditures are increasing 2.4%. That's with personnel and operating expenses. So that total budget is $15.3 million, roughly. I know you've got the materials in your stuff. Does anyone have any questions on any line items or?
Any questions for Mike, anyone? That's pretty extraordinary. You're setting a bad example for everybody else. I'm sure that other departments will make up for it. Just kidding, Mike, you know that.
I know.
I think that's it for the property appraiser. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all.
We'll-
Thanks for having me.
We'll move on to the next one, just so we can differentiate, commissioners. So for constitutional officers, we provided a target that looks at, how's the target calculated, Chris? If you just give me
So we take an inflationary factor and we look at each individual line item and go forward with a personnel number and another operating number, and that's how we arrive at the targets for each of the constitutionals.
And those are for the constitutional officers. You won't see that in the other appointing authorities or that, just so you know the difference, okay?
And if I may, generally, constitutional officers present their own budgets. With departments, we have our budget analysts presenting and along with the department, so a little housekeeping there.
All right. So first up today is Maria with Human Resources. So as you know, we have an interim HR director, Peggy, that we pulled out of retirement. But when you pull somebody out of retirement, they have planned retirement activities. And Peggy starts one of her planned retirement activities, a trip to today, so she could not be with us. And so Maria is the assistant director, and here she is.
Good morning. But maybe
you,
you'll
Mike.
bring her back again when she returns, Barry, just so we can all say hello. Some of us have a long history with her.
Yes, I certainly will do that. I just got to meet with her for the first time yesterday since she's been here. So, yes. Go ahead, Jim.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Jim Abernathy with the Office of Management and Budget, and I'm here to present the FY24 budget request for Human Resources and the Employee Health Benefits Fund. Human Resources is funded by the General Fund, while the Employee Health Benefits Fund is funded through charges to those departments who participate in the county's health benefits program, including the county's contributions for the employer charge per FTE, contributions collected from employees and retirees. The FY24 General Fund budget request for HR increases about $132,000 to $4.8 million, which is a 2.8% increase. If you turn to page 2 of the document, this increase includes about $97,000 for personal services for salaries, retirement benefits, and taxes. The department's FTE remain at 36.4%. Included in that personal services is a 3% salary increase that was mentioned earlier based on the midpoint of each position. Operating expenditures increase.
May I interrupt you, Jim?
Yes.
So are you worried about that increase for employees and how it will impact our ability to retain and be competitive?
So we're going to come up with solutions. We're not going to put that on the employees' back, but our health plan is a shared cost. So whatever we come up with, we'll keep, our intent is.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry.
You were asking about the raises, correct?
Yeah.
Not the
The-
benefits.
Well, in the overview, I'm sorry. Peggy Rowe is saying she was watching and she will be happy to make the next meeting. So I was responding to her text. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you.
So she's with us in spirit. Our raises, we outlined in that we plugged in a budget number, but we're going to revisit that. And so that's something that we want to talk to you about, but I've got to see the overall budget numbers. And so we are talking to all of our appointing authorities. We had a meeting with the appointing authorities yesterday. I talked with the sheriff yesterday morning. So we want to come back to you with some ideas and thoughts on that, but we're not there yet.
Thank you.
For the operating expenditures, they increased about $34,000 to $347,000. The department is requesting an increase of $2,000 in professional services to add a third business writing class due to increased demands for departments for increased training for their employees. There's an additional $9,800 requested to upgrade the training room in the annex building, which is used to provide classroom training to the employees. The FY24 request for PC replacement increases by just over $15,000, which is a 65.9% increase year over year, but this is based on the county's PC replacement program. So that is a cyclical thing and does not increase it's just, this is a year where more computers need to be replaced than last year. So those go up and down in various departments.
Through the chair, if I may, just another housekeeping item. You're going to see this over and over again through the departments. We have a plan for replacing PCs in each department, and each department is different. So We're not replacing a computer just for the sake of replacing it, but we do make sure they don't get too far out of balance as well. So in this case, in HR's case, it's going up. Other departments, you may see next year's number go down. It's just on a case-by-case, almost computer-by-computer basis. So forgive me. Thank you.
The department did not submit any decision packages for FY24. Now we can shift to the Employee Health Benefits Fund. This fund pays all insurance claims for employees and their families, as well as retirees. Revenue is received from charges to departments per FTE, which is just over $19,000 per FTE in FY24. Revenue is also received from employees and retirees who elect to participate in the health benefits program. The FY24 employee health benefits budget request, excluding reserves, increases $5.5 million to $70.7 million. Claims for medical, dental, pharmacy, and mental health services increase $5.6 million, which is 9.2% to $66.3 million. The current year medical claims are running higher than anticipated, with estimates being $9.2 million over budget. The budget amendment you adopted yesterday was meant to address this issue. High dollar claims through April were more than 20% higher than the previous year.
Hold on, Jim, one moment, please. Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've had a few conversations about the increase in medical claims, higher than expected, to go along with higher than expected healthcare costs overall, which we don't have any control over. And so while we have taken care of, I presume, the current fiscal year 2023 with the requested budget increase for
Yes,
that.
ma'am. Yes.
Maybe you have it here, I didn't see it, but what are the projections for that increase for 2024? Because I'm sure some of the claims are going to carry over.
Yeah, well, what we built in is a $5.6 million increase for the claims portion. We acknowledge that that might not be enough and there might need to be a budget amendment next year, but we didn't want to, without more data, we didn't want to expect this spike to continue in perpetuity. If there is an increase that continues to go forward, then we will have to adjust the budgets going forward. But right now, we're looking at it as a surge due to pent-up demand from COVID when people delayed elective surgeries, things like that. Specialized medications are costing more right now. So we have to see a longer trend and not just a year or two's worth of data to determine if this is a permanent increase that we need to really look at the plan and the charges to the departments, or if it is something that we can get over with a year or two of using the one-time money that Barry had mentioned earlier with the built-up reserves that we have in the fund to smooth it out for the departments. So it's something that we are watching.
If we were going to be looking at the reserves to smooth that out, but thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
They also, and we met again with appointing authorities, we met with appointing authorities yesterday. There's a number of strategies we really want to employ also, and that targets to help employees deal with high-cost claims, keep them healthier, and intercede earlier, because there's no reason for high-cost claims for us to go from 123 to 160 or whatever the number is. It's a significant increase in people that are drawing down significant dollars on our healthcare plan. We're not trying to take that away or any way limit service, but to make sure people are keeping themselves healthy, and to avoid those claims. It just seems like such a spike, and nobody else is seeing that. And that's the reason we want to do an audit of Cigna. We want to implement some of these programs to try to intercede earlier. So they have a whole set of strategies that we spent considerable time with the appointing authorities yesterday talking through all those. And because we have the healthy reserve, it gives us time to try to look at this over a year or two rather than taking money away from other things that we need to do in order to fund up our healthcare plan. That's the kind of the strategy. But we do want to increase it because we're seeing that, but not to the full 21% that they're projecting.
Commissioner Latvala?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Barry sort of answered part of the question I was going to have. And I know that we have had a few meetings about this. My question specifically to the high dollar claims and the increase on that was, could it have been from employees that may have had COVID and both being, hospitalized because of COVID, and also the effects of having that illness and the after effects? And if that were the case, are there, federal dollars or anything like that we could tap into for that?
Well, I don't think we have any evidence of that. I think what it's leaning more towards is the delay in care due to shutdowns and hard to get doctors and things like that. But I don't believe we have any evidence that it's after effects of COVID. Would you agree, Kelly, who's our benefits officer?
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have questions? Commissioner Justice?
Thank you. Just so that we're clear, what time frame are we looking at as far as this? Is this the October of 21 through September of 22, or 22 through 23? I'm just trying to,
Yeah.
where the peak of COVID and reduction of, access to care versus the people's, own personal choices in delaying that care.
It was really 22. I think 21, we were at 58 million, if I recall off the top of my head. That's dangerous. And
think it was
this year, we
54.
asked you to transfer because we're at like 65 million.
64 and change.
And they're asking us to increase it up to 69 million, for next year under the actuaries from our broker. That's, 21%, it's crazy.
Yeah, and do we not have the actual, is Cigna not able to give us the breakdown of, normally we have X thousand colonoscopies and this year we had Y, or, that kind of, to where we actually know where the.
They do, and you know what I'll do is I'll ask Maria if you can send the commissioners the slide deck from the actuary, because it breaks down hypertension and, and macro type data, that to where you can kind of see. We've had 3, and I give our broker credit. We've had like 3 meetings on this trying to dig in. They've probably had many more than that, trying to dig in to answer some of the questions. And we haven't been able to get definitive answers as to what is driving this. That's been the frustrating part, because I wanted to have that type of information when we're having this conversation.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating to figure out the human behavior part of it, because you'd think by now people would have started, doing some of that. Thank you.
I have one other
Yes, go
question.
ahead.
And Barry, you touched on this a little bit, I think, but are we seeing this in any other counties like Hillsborough, Pasco?
I asked the broker that. I want more and better answers on that. Their high-level response to it was they're seeing it in Sarasota County. I reached out to Jonathan Lewis, county administrator there, but not in Pasco, not in Hillsborough, not in Tampa, in the city of Tampa. So that it does make it seem like we're an anomaly, which really drives me to say, since we only switched to Cigna 2 years ago, what is going on? And that's the reason for the audit. We want to audit of all their expenses and accounts and their charges to see. But I can't get that done before we have to present a balanced budget to you. So I don't want to say that there's something going on with them, but trust but verify, and we're going to verify.
After we approve the budget, if we see that there's something, and not necessarily legal, but something that doesn't make sense, are we able to end that contract mid-year with them and go to somewhere else?
We do, we could. We also would recoup our funds. And remember, we're buying, when we buy healthcare services, we're buying the discounts that they have negotiated with the doctors. We pay the actual claims. And so it's, we do have plenty of oversight, and the risk is really on our side. You know, they get paid to process based upon their pre-negotiated rates. But yes, we can, and no different than you guys went after our previous provider for they
It was
said
like over 500, I think.
yeah, they went after them. They said, wait a minute, you owe us money here. This is not right, and they clawed that back. So they've been on top of managing the healthcare plan, and we'll do the same if we see something out of whack with the audit. But again, there's nothing to suggest that at this point. We just don't know, unfortunately.
Okay, continue, Jim.
Okay. As I mentioned earlier, the reserves in the Employee Health Benefits Fund decreases $11.6 million to $104.5 million in FY24, and that is well above the amount of approximately $13.9 million, which is a required amount of reserves, which is 2.5 months worth of claims. So as was stated, we do have the ability to look at this spike and smooth that out some with the use of reserves that we had accumulated in previous years. We can't do that forever. So having more than a year or two of claims data, I think, will be very important to determining what the future needs are. But right now, we were able to provide an increase in funding for potential claims, and still maintain a healthy reserve. And as I said, if we need to come back because claims continue to be high and are actually reaching the 21% that the actuarial projections put out there, then we could do a budget amendment like we did yesterday to continue to pay the claims. But right now we're looking at that being a spike. The Employee Health Benefits Fund budget request maintains 2 FTE in FY24. Revenues in the fund increased 3.6% to $70.6 million. The charges for services, as I said, includes the premiums received from the employees, retirees, and departments, increased $2.4 million of the 3.7% to $68.7 million. That will probably increase when the final budget comes because we need to adjust the rates based on new decisions, but we do have an increase built in already. And that is the budget presentation for HR and the Employee Health Benefits Program.
Okay.
Any
Any
further
questions before-
questions?
Thank you.
Anyone?
Through the
Les?
chair, what we would normally do is we'd turn it over to the department, let the department go through accomplishments and some other things at this point.
I
So
was just going to recognize her, and so, thank
my
you.
apologies, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate it. I'm very happy to be here. I just wanted to piggyback on a couple things Barry and Jim said. We have been looking a lot into the benefit costs and high claimants, where a lot of the costs are coming from. And we do have a little bit of an older workforce that could contribute to some of this as well. And there are a few anomalies also. But as we get into the audits, hopefully we able to get into that a little bit more and identify some other things. We're also doing a lot of things to focus on those overall health and costs. And we're really focusing in on the diagnosis that are causing the high claims and things that we can do and target those areas. In keeping with benefits, some of the things that we have done when we listen to our employees and the EAC and some results from our benefit surveys, we have improved our dental plans and design, and we've added 5 voluntary benefits which have over 1,500 elected employees. So We'll still continue to improve all of our wellness programs. We have over 3,500 participants in those and over 188 classes. This year, we added, very happy to report, we added our Jet Dental on-site clinics, which 111 employees participated in. We have on-spot dermatology bus with 272, and then we continue our mammogram bus, so all very successful. Also happy to report that we met and exceeded all of our service goals, which are 3 categories: our HR customer service survey, our new employee orientation survey, and our time to fill. I'd like to highlight our time to fill because I know recruitment and retention is so important. So we've reduced and we've continued to meet our 70-day goal for time to fill. We try to focus on getting the right people in the door and making sure it's an efficient process. We attribute that a lot to some of the events we're doing, a lot of the advertising. We're doing a ton of automated improvements and our employer referral program. If you recall, we collaborated with the appointing authorities and to get the new employee referral program where we took away the comp day and we gave the $1,000. So $500 for after 90 days and $500 after a year. It's a little early to get those because we started September of this past year, but it looks like there's an uptick and there's an uptick in stay as well. So I want to hopefully we continue that. We have like at least 70%. 6% more since 2021. But as we continue monitoring that, we can report on that. We've conducted over we did 4 county career fairs, and we've already on about 5 this year. We've attended 47 events and hired 47 people from those events, which is a pretty good statistic. We've also assisted with the retention supplement, as you all know. So we paid out one, looking to pay out another one in August. And our turnover is down a little bit, especially from January and February from last year. So hopefully that helped with it. The Great Resignation is kind of diminishing, so that could also be attributing to it as well. We're partnering with the departments on developing leadership. We really tried to focus last year and this year on developing leadership, so we implemented our new boot camp and several other department leadership programs, so we're doing a lot of focusing on that. Over 46 learning opportunities as well. Volunteer services is through the roof. We have over 63,000 hours of volunteer. 400 to 500 per month volunteers are active, so that's a great program. This is an odd year, so our employee voice survey is happening, and that's going to be happening beginning of September, so we'll have results for those that can be published sort of around the end of October. And then lastly, what I really like to highlight is our technology and our automation. We did a ton of things to help our customers, especially our hiring managers, so that it's a quicker process. We've improved Taleo, our applicant tracking system, enhanced our mobile application. We've done a ton of automated forms and workflows, so it's not a manual process, and we've began the integration between Taleo and Oracle, our HRIS system. So we're working to fully integrate that and to implement Splash BI, which is a reporting mechanism so that it's real time. Right now we do everything manual. We try to get reports to people, but it's a very manual process. So once Splash BI comes in, all of the departments are going to be able at a touch of a button to get real-time results to help them make decisions. And lastly, we updated our website and introduced our HR SharePoint. And lastly, we're going to be working with the appointing authorities and the UPB to recruit and hire a new director of HR as well. Can I answer any questions?
Commissioner Flowers?
Not a question, but just a comment. I worked with SharePoint when I worked at Gulf Coast, and it does have a component in there where you can actually pull data the same as what you're going to do with your other system. Just sharing.
Okay.
So I don't know if you want to chat with them about that. Maybe
Absolutely. Anything to get more data.
But yeah,
I'm
you
all
can
for
pull
it.
your data and you can see your trends. You can look at even data related to forms that haven't been yet received if you've sent out electronically for a potential new hire to complete something that hasn't come back yet, so you can follow that Anyway, just share it.
Thank you. No, I love SharePoint. I'm a
It is
big
good.
proponent of SharePoint. Thank
It is
you.
good.
Commissioner Justice?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just out of curiosity, in previous years, I mean, I'm talking several, probably pre-COVID, we used to do quite a bit of thanking our volunteers, whether it was a big annual event or other smaller events. How do we thank all those volunteers now?
We do. We still have an event. I know it's annually. It might be biannually at this point. So they have a huge event, and it's a couple days worth of celebrations.
Okay.
But that's probably changed because they probably didn't invite you, from what I'm thinking.
That's true.
That
They
over-
used
with-
to.
With turnover, that probably got lost, Commissioner. And so with Maria, we'll ask that they make sure that they
Absolutely.
kind of reconnect that.
I think my first year on the commission, we had an event at the Armed Forces Museum that used to
We
be
did.
off Almerton Road.
Yep.
And it was an incredible event and an opportunity for the employees or the volunteers and some of the employees and commissioners to get together. So, yeah, it's just a way the commission can say thank you to.
No, I appreciate it. There's also, I believe, Volunteer Month or Week. I could be wrong, but they do several celebrations through that time as well.
We also did one on the Starlight. You remember that? That was fun, too.
Okay. Noted.
Anything else?
No, very good. Thank you for
One-
all you
Thank you.
did.
One final thing while Marie's here, because her and I have talked about this, this is kind of the area of the dirty laundry or the sausage making, but we have to address training, okay? And training, what they're providing isn't meeting our needs in the BCC. And so we have to either fix it internally, or you'll see a recommendation where I pull resources back into our office because I have to get our supervisors trained. And so they offered, for instance, in Kelly's shop, 8 spots. Kelly needs 46. We can't not train our supervisors and then hold them accountable for being supervisors. So Rodney and her are going to work on this, but I just, in case I come back with a different recommendation come July, I wanted just to highlight it. That's an area that has to be, we have more work to do.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
So next up is our Communications Department. We've got
So you can
Barbara
be really
Hernandez.
tough here.
Yeah, yeah. And so we have Barbara, as you know, and we have Audrey Abels from the Office of Management and Budget presenting the first part, and then she'll turn it over to Barbara after that. So, Audrey?
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. Very excited to present the communications budget. The struggles of being short and small. So starting on page 1, if you look at the budget summary, communications is requesting a budget of $3.1 million this year, roughly.
Could you speak up a little bit? I can barely hear you.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am,
you.
I apologize.
This is her first time as a budget analyst. If you recall, she came through the ICMA Fellow Program, and she decided not to leave, or we wouldn't let her leave, one of the two. But so this is her first time presenting to you as a budget analyst.
Very excited.
Very good. Thank you for being here, and thank you for doing this.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So starting off with our budget drivers, as we have discussed already, communications is going to see the 3% increase on the midpoint for all employees. In addition, they do have some reclassifications from classified to exempt on some of those employees. Additionally, we are seeing the transfer of 1 employee to the Business Technology Services Department. That employee will now be costed in BTS, and communications will no longer be providing service or funding for that. I also really wanted to highlight that communications operating budget is decreasing roughly $15,000 or 6.7%. So that is due to department identified cost savings. So they have renegotiated some contracts, and in addition to that, they have found a more cost-effective alternative to the closed captioning software that they're providing. This budget also prioritizes employees' professional development. It's going to be a cost of roughly $6,000, and with that, that is going to allow for some employee certifications and some more training for our technical teams. So they're really investing in their people there. We also have the planned equipment replacement purchases. So with that, it's similar to the BTS computer replacement plan. Communications also has to replace their specialized equipment. So we're seeing $35,000 going towards that this year, and that will be for their shoulder mount cameras. Additionally, Communications has reinstituted the Pinellas Citizens University, so that is very exciting. That came back this spring. With that, they are looking into adding a virtual option next year in addition. So we have went ahead and implemented the cost of that. It'll be roughly $200 to buy a learning management system to host the information for that. Moving on to page 2, we'll start with decision packages. So Communications does have one decision package. It is a request for a video storage backup for the EOC, and it is a non-recurring cost of $9,000. Essentially, they are wanting to enhance storage space and protect the video files that we currently have from a disaster or a catastrophic hardware failure. So they have done a risk analysis, and they did identify this as one of their priorities. So this is part of their proactive planning for that. They are not proposing any fee changes for this year for FY24. And with that, I will turn it over to Barbara to go over the accomplishments.
Thank you, Aubrey. Very good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Barbara?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm really happy to be here presenting on our budget, and Audrey, I appreciate all of your support. This year, what I'd like to focus on primarily is one of the pivotal changes that we have been implementing, especially as it relates to our public information team. As we continue to support departments, we have really been increasing our support and our presence out in the community, and also making sure that we can better support departments with their needs. So what we have done is we have increased our presence with key departments like Public Works, Utilities, to where now, instead of doing just traditional public information needs, media releases, media relations, articles, content creation, content review, we are actually embedded into staff meetings, and we are engaging with project managers before projects get out on the road. And so what we're doing is we're contributing an end user and a citizen perspective into the equation early on in the process. So now we're asking a lot of questions before we actually see a project go out. So that has been really critical this past year, and we anticipate continuing to do it because the need is there, and departments are really welcoming that extra level of service from our department. So that is something that I'm really excited to talk about this year. A few other things that I wanted to mention, we have our community outreach program, serves all of our residents, but primarily focuses on traditionally underserved communities. And, you know, Aurelis, you see her here at every meeting. She oversees that program. She has expanded it to over 70 partners, and they have regular communications. She attends community meetings. She builds those relationships so that when we have to go out and partner and maybe invite people to attend a farm share event or encourage people to volunteer, we have this network of residents who, you know, she has developed this really a great goodwill out in the community, and they're willing to work with us. They share information, and it's really critical, especially when we have emergency activations. We also continue to moderate the, or lead the Regional Public Information Network, and that is all of our lead PIOs from every municipality, from fire districts, law enforcement, constitutional offices. We meet quarterly, but we have a monthly check-in just to make sure that as a community, we're speaking with the same voice and that we're proactively talking about issues that may affect our residents. It's really exciting because we have actually identified cost-saving measures through that network. And so if we all have to talk about the same topic, instead of every municipality and the county developing their own videos, developing their own graphics, we all come together, we agree on, you know, who's going to be the lead, and then we just share that content, and everybody gives it its own community flavor. So it's worked out really well. Our video production team continues to figure out and engineer cost-effective solutions to keep us delivering really strong audio and video products, and you can see that in every one of our county meetings. Our graphics team, I wanted to highlight, they're finalizing with departments a signage guidance for capital improvement projects, CIP, and penny projects, so that when we go out in the community and we represent these projects with signage, we're enhancing consistency and our residents can see the same voice and understand where their tax dollars are going and how they're being spent. Our customer service team continues to manage the increase in live chat interactions. You'll recall that during the pandemic, our number of phone calls decreased and our number of live chat interactions increased. And we have seen that trend continue to be true a few years after the pandemic response. And it's become really critical during hurricane activations to the point where we now have a live chat function out of the EOC supporting emergency management, so that while their County Information Center is answering phone calls from residents, we're also doing the same thing on the live chat on the computer and people are writing in to us. As far as things that we're going to focus on for the next year, going back to what I shared in terms of making sure that we factor in resident voices in the projects that we do, we are going to be completing public participation training with all of our departments, and we're going to be developing consistent guidelines. So regardless of whether there's a project that's coming out of Public Works or utilities or parks, we're going to have the same set of guidelines that say, this is how we agree to engage our residents, and make sure that they know that we care about their information they're receiving about the projects. One other thing we are currently looking into is the development of an external e-newsletter. We used to have this before the pandemic, and so we're currently researching that. We're looking at what peers are doing. We've developed our own pilot, so you may see that coming over to you for your input in the near future. Hurricane season, anti-complacency campaign. Barry and Kathy have told you about that program. You will soon see a video in your inbox, and it is a myth-busting Discovering Pinellas video that we were fortunate to get an interview with Dennis Phillips, the chief meteorologist here in the Tampa Bay area that everybody loves to listen to during an activation. We're also talking to a historian and to Kathy, and they're going to address some of the common misperceptions that maybe keep people from evacuating when they're asked to. That is just one of the things we're doing to help increase compliance with county information as it relates to an emergency response. Audrey already mentioned the return of Pinellas Citizen University. I did want to highlight something that we are increasingly doing in our campaigns and in our projects, and we try to bring measurable objectives to the work we're doing. So not just doing things for the sake of doing things or because they sound like a good idea, but actually going back and measuring against the time and the resources we invested. And with PCU this year, we set a measurable objective to get at least one participant to apply to serve on a board or to sign up to be a volunteer. And actually, we have achieved that already, about a month out from the program. They actually, I understand, applied for the Charter Review Commission. So that to us is really big. That's one other voice in our community that is now aware of ways in which they can participate in government. And then lastly, you all know we continue to support countless initiatives throughout the year. The County Judicial Center ribbon cutting we did recently, the Housing Summit that a lot of you were able to attend. There's a lot of tentacles and a lot of behind-the-scenes support going out to departments, and we're very happy. I particularly am very proud of the team we have, and I'm thankful for your support and Barry's. Any questions?
Members? No? No questions? Okay. Thank you. Look at
Commissioners,
that, easy peasy.
through the chair, Chris Rose again. There's attachments at the back of each of the documents that you have. One of the attachments, in this case in particular, is a stress test that we have put departments through. And you will see it is the very last page of the document. It's the 11th page of the PDF of item number 4. And it has a summary of what we have talked with communications about. So if things go that route, that is the direction we would go as far as balancing the budget in communications. Not every department has one of these, I'll say that. Constitutional officers do not have them, and enterprise departments do not have them. So you will see generally what we're thinking at that juncture when you look at these departments.
So are you insinuating that we are causing everyone tremendous stress?
I'm insinuating that I'm causing everyone a great deal of stress. So,
Well,
When you get,
are we going to take a stress test as county commissioners? I think that would be a lot of fun.
Well, the idea is when we spend months putting together a budget. And if we get to the end and you give a different direction and you ask us to reduce, we need to have that identified, right? I don't have time to go back and meet with, I don't know how many departments. I've been meeting with them for the last 4 months to get to this point. So it takes too long. So what we've done is we've tried to show you legitimate ways in which we'd reduce our service level if in fact that's how the conversation goes. So for instance, you get over to Public Works. Do you not do a project, or do you mow 3 times less per year and let the grass get a little higher? That's a service level choice we have, okay? And then we know why, and so and we can account for that. So it's those types of things we've tried to outline to where, as we have a policy level conversation, this is your policy document, we have those choices available for us to have that conversation. So you'll see those outlined. You can read those. We can have discussions about them. Again, this is just the first thing, but it's outlined within your packet.
Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Barry, for sharing that. But even in the stress test, page 11 of 11 for communications, in the presentation, there was an example of wanting to increase or enhance the communication with the public. And ways that we do that, which is through videos. You talking about the e-newsletter coming back, which I think will be really good. But in your stress test, even for your 3%, and I'm just using this as a scenario, in your stress test for 3%, if you were to select the one, that would be the reduction of a staff person who's in charge of your video, so that's a reduction by 25%. So now you are impeding the ability for you to do what it is that we say we like to do, which is to be more informative to the public. So I'm sure you guys will kind of talk about that, and I'm sure you will determine what is best for your department. But that's kind of when I get a little concerned. Here we are moving in a great direction to make sure that the public is aware, because sometimes what we hear is, I didn't know this was going on, or I never received a notice, or whatever. And so I just want us to look very carefully at what we anticipate reductions and in what area to be versus how it affects or impedes service delivery based on what it is we say we want to do for our constituents.
There are reductions that are built within the budget. We work with the departments. They say we can reduce this area. Those are included. These are in addition. These are not recommendations.
Yes.
But you're exactly right.
Yeah,
In
but
a communications department, it's people. I can't like not repair the copier and get to a 3% cut. So different departments have different impacts. In Public Works, you could control mowing the grass through contracts, right? But you could also do it by not doing a program or not doing this. Over in Human Services, it's going to have a different impact. Then you don't do this versus doing this. So we've tried. We just want to create those options for discussion, and they'll be different in each area, in each department.
Yeah, I understand.
In fact, commissioners, if it didn't have a service impact and they could reduce their budget for it, we
already
did it. Yeah, So, and in fact, Barbara's got 2 examples that she did not toot her own horn on, but they have become more efficient through choice in their next budget in 2 ways. I can remember one of them, but I can't remember the other one. So do you want to explain it?
Sure. One of them is we renegotiated a communications contract with Verizon, and we were enhanced to a crisis response unit because we do crisis response, and therefore we're saving monthly on our bill. And then the other one was we looked at our closed captioning needs. We are required to closed caption our video products. And so we identified a solution that is technology-driven as opposed to people-driven, and it's anticipated to cut that budget in half for the next year.
Commissioner Peters?
Thank you, and I love hearing about that stuff. So he's going to tell me to put the mic on. There we go. I love hearing about that. I think that's wonderful. And I did ask Barry over the last couple of years to have staff do this. It was a process we did in the legislature, and it really helped us understand that, yeah, they've saved money, and I like to hear about that. I really, when you do savings like that, they should always be highlighted so we know. Because otherwise we're like, no, you can squeeze a little more, and when you squeeze stuff like that, we really want to know. But it also, I think it's a great exercise on a 3% or a 5%, just to kind of know, if we ended up in another great recession, those are the decisions we're going to have to make. And so I think it's a great exercise for staff to do and for us to do, just to kind of take a look at, if we had to make a cut, where would it be? And then if everybody does one of those stress things, then that helps us kind of get through what we would do. So I think it's a great exercise. I know it's more work for you, but it kind of helps prepare us for if and when another one of those cycles comes through. So thanks.
Anybody else? Anyone? No? Oh, Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Barbara, for the great presentation. Just curious, on the Citizens University, how much participation do we get in that?
That one we open to between 30 and 35 people per year due to the logistics of handling that group. Usually you see a few people drop, so I think we ended up with upper 20s this year. And those groups we continue to engage after they graduate, like they can never leave.
Right.
So we actually make them part of our distribution list, and we also, when we have new products, we pilot with those PCU participants.
So you capture them?
Yes.
Long term? All right.
Yeah, we
Okay,
keep
thanks.
them.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thanks.
Great job. Okay, so we are halfway through our agenda for today, and my question is, or before I ask the question, I just want to let you know that lunch has been delivered, and would you like to take a break now, or do you want to do the airport presentation first? Airport? Okay, Tom, come on up. Remember, you're right before lunch.
Pressure's on.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here today.
If I may introduce, this is Shane Kuntz. He is the operating budget analyst for the airport. We, of course, have Tom and Yvette over at the airport table, and we have James Lewis over here. Because the airport is an enterprise fund, we will also have their capital presentation along with it. So the three enterprise funds will be treated that way. All the rest of capital will be in one presentation by Jackie later on. So,
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, distinguished members of the board.
Good morning.
We've already done introductions, but I today have the distinct pleasure of presenting the airport operating budget. And as previously stated, my partner here will be presenting the capital budget. Today, we will be discussing what it takes to operate our airport and continue to provide Tampa Bay the easy way to all of our customers. As with many of the budgets that you will see here today, we're going to start off with the budget drivers. The personnel services is going to have a 3% increase for salary adjustments on the midpoint. And for airport, we are also expecting a $2,120 increase for career paths and ladders. Overall, we can expect personal services for airport to increase by $223,420 or 3.4%. So right around the 3% expectation at the midpoint. Operating expenses will be increasing from 9.3 to 9.7 million for a difference of 375,840 or 4%. This is primarily due to increases that are related to inflation and supply chain disruptions. From an operating standpoint, there is a lot of materials that we are purchasing, supplies we are purchasing, and airport is not excused from the market conditions that we are seeing throughout the county and even in our own pockets. Capital outlay is also going to be increasing for a difference of 9.7 million or 40.9%. This is primarily going to be due to the CIP projects that my counterpart will be presenting to you today. But the big takeaway I want to leave you with from an operating perspective is that though personnel services and operating are increasing, our overall budget actually has a decrease for airport. Our operating budget has a decrease for airport of about $63,000 or 0.4%. due to capital outlay and operating expenses not being made in FY24 that were made in FY23. And those expenses were approximately $644,000 in FY23 that will not be present in our next year. So that is offsetting our operating expenses. With that, I am going to hand it off briefly to my counterpart here, James Lewis, and he's going to give you an update on the capital projects.
Thank you, Shane. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm James Lewis, Budget and Financial Management Analyst from the Office of Management and Budget, handling the capital improvements plan for our enterprise departments. First, I want to give you a brief summary of what trends you're going to see with all of our CIP projects and plan. This year has been one for some challenges with capital projects and planning. Chief among those is the current day cost, i.e. inflation. We've seen some increases in all of our costs of materials. We did a review of bid tabulations, bids received between October 21 and March of 23. We saw an average increase of 13% over the engineer's estimate. So that's not a direct measure of inflation, but that does show you how some of the costs have increased from the time we did an estimate, or our consultants did an estimate in the time that bids were received for a contract. We've also seen pretty long lead times on some of our materials. For example, electrical components have lead time in some cases up to 2 years, and that's delaying some of our projects, in turn increasing cost. Also have some constraints with contractor availability. There's a lot of work out there that's being done. And in some cases, we're only receiving one bid on some of our projects. And so that is kind of constraining us in some other areas. So what all of this means for the airport is that the 6-year plan, FY24 through 29, is increasing $46.8 million, or 36.3%. So the total 6-year plan is $175.6 million. The FY24 budget, which is of actual appropriations, is increasing $10.4 million, or 45.4%. So the total capital improvements budget for 24 is $33.3 million. The airport does have multiple funding sources. They receive a lot of grant funding. In the 6-year plan, that grant funding is increasing $6.1 million, and in the 24 budget is increasing $2.9 million, or 21.1%. The airport also uses their passenger facility charges that they receive from every passenger, which comes through the facility. And in their 6-year plan, that funding source is decreasing $1.5 million. But in the FY24 capital budget, it's actually increasing by $3.8 million, or 60.3%. So what's left is the airport's enterprise funds. And in the 6-year plan, the airport funds are increasing by $30.4 million, which is a 74.3% increase over the previous plan. And the 24 budget is increasing 3.5, which is a 122% increase over the FY23 budget. Basically, what all that means is we're seeing a small but a significant shift from the PFCs and the grant funding. That's decreasing a bit, and the airport funds, enterprise funds, are increasing a bit. So in the 6-year plan, the grant funds are about 47.4%, PFCs are 9.9%, and airport funds are 43.5%. Now, for projects that increase $250,000 and 15%, we put a threshold that when those projects cross that threshold, they have to provide a justification and description on why those projects are increasing. So you'll see on page 2 that there are 5 projects that have an increased funding request. And on page 26, there is an additional funding and new projects report that gives you more detail on what is driving those increases. So one of the projects that is increasing is the cargo apron rehab and runway conversion. That's increasing by $5.5 million. The next one is your construction of a new general aviation taxiway and roadways. It's at the Airco site, and that is increasing by $8.8 million. And I will point out that if you look at the report on page 26, there's a discrepancy. It states that it's increasing by $3.4 million. The actual number is $8.8 million, as we're receiving bids recently. The multi-level airport parking garage, the new parking garage, has been moved up to, I believe, FY25 through 27. So that is moving from the outer years into the 6-year plan, and that is causing an increase. I've also increased the estimates per parking spot from 20,000 to 30,000. So that project is increasing 11.7 million. And you have the new terminal, the new passenger terminal improvements, the large project out at the terminal that's working through design right now, continues to develop. It's mostly grant funded, and it is increasing 19.6 million. The two of the ARPA funded projects at the airport, and those projects are funded through the FAA ARPA. That's not county ARPA funds, but they are increasing a total of 850,000 between the two projects. I'll give you a brief description of what's driving some of these increases. When we look at asphalt, as we look in the producer price index that's reported by the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics, we'll see that asphalt has increased 20.6% from March of 22 to March of 23. And that's used in a lot of the airport's runway projects, so that's driving a lot of their increases. We'll see that ductile iron pipe has increased 8.4% in the PPI. Utilities has a lot of pipes running underneath their runways. They have to be relocated and replaced when they do runway projects. So that's driving some increases, as well as concrete culvert pipe that's used in some of their stormwater infrastructure. It's increased 17.7%. And so all of that combined is driving a lot of their project increases. The airport does have 2 new projects, and that's also included in the additional funding and new projects report that they've requested for FY24. One is a distance remaining markers replacement. That's for $125,000 in FY24. And they also have a perimeter fence improvements, and that's going to replace 15,000 feet of fence with a fence that keeps wildlife out. So keeping coyotes from running out onto the airfield. And that's going to be $1.5 million in FY24. There was one new project that was added off budget cycle this year, and that's a new taxiway in runway incursion mitigation that was strongly encouraged by the FAA, and Yvette may tell you more about that. That allows aircraft to taxi without incursion and having an incursion onto the taxiway. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
If you'd like, I'd like to just add on to it. James did a great job. This is sort of what I live and breathe, so I'd like to just give you a recap. Again, some of the increases in funding, like James said, it's because we're going into the next 6 year out that we've been planning for. Some of these increases, we've been able to increase the scope because we've been successful in getting additional grant funding. One of the big things is the airport parking garage. We are maximizing to the extent we can right now for parking. We are forced to go vertical in a parking garage. We've been planning for that. We have what's called a CFC that we have about $14 million set aside for that parking garage. Those parking stalls have gone from 20 to 25,000 to 35,000 in the past couple of years. So while we're planning for that, we're working for the grant funding. That's where a lot of you're seeing that cost. In some of the areas where you see we're expanding the scope, again, it's because we're receiving additional grant funding that allows us to do that. The terminal's a huge project. We're estimating $110 million right now. We're in the financial ability to pay for the whole thing without any debt. Hopefully we can come in at that. We've been able to expand that scope, again, because of funding. We're working with OMB and county administration as far as if it's an overrun, what do? We don't want to bond it out. Maybe we'll look internally to the county to do bonding, to take a loan. So the airport's in a very financial position, even though we see some scope and increases, to be able to accommodate our CIP projects. So just wanted to add that.
Questions? Anybody? Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you very much. On page 26 that you referred us to, under airport, the second line, it says this project is going out to bid in April. Is this April that just left us or April 2024?
Yes, it's April 23, and Yvette can tell you more about this. We did receive bids on this project, and it will be coming to the board soon for an award of contract.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and in fact, that's what the board approved yesterday, as far as the funding to go ahead and build that taxiway.
Yeah, I didn't know if this was anything in additional, that's why I was asking, because
Sure.
it didn't have a year on
Understood.
it. Oh, so.
Anyone else?
Well, I had a
Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't sure if you had gone through if that was just budget, if you were going to also do the other part, or...
There's still a little more
Okay, all
operating
right.
to go and a
I'll
little more
wait.
department to go.
All right,
So,
I'll wait.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, oh, wait a minute, hold on. I have a couple things that you may be going to address in another portion of the budget, but I'm curious, Tom, about your passenger count today versus last year.
Yeah, the passenger count last year, we broke a record at 2.4 million passengers. This year, we're anticipating probably reaching the same. I don't know if we're going to exceed it. The reason being is that this is a airport industry issue as far as you heard of pilot shortages. Allegiant, even though we're in their top 3 markets, they're looking at probably holding steady.
They're looking at what?
Probably holding steady even where they are. They're having the same industry issues as far as pilot shortage that's not giving them the ability to grow. So we did a very responsible budget that we didn't look at a lot of continued growth.
Well, if they signed a contract with their pilots, they probably would be in much better position.
They are. They just signed the contract with the flight attendants the other day. The salaries is where the pilots want it. Some of the compensation is where they're still negotiating. You have, and it's hard right now because you have a lot of the major carriers. They're offering as much as $150,000 signing bonuses. It's just such a shortage that it's very competitive. They haven't scaled back their plans as far as acquiring additional aircraft by the end of the year. They are negotiating with Viva Airbus. That's under review by DOT right now. Hopefully that will be approved this year, which will open up the Mexico market for PIE. So there's a lot of things in place, but again, we're trying to be conservative in our budget, but understanding what's happening with the industry.
And so I didn't hear any mention of what was going on with the tower. And there's been so much in the news about the lack of upgrades in the airport towers in terms of computers and all of that kind of thing. And the last time I was over visiting Pi, I spent quite a bit of time up in the tower. And I was really, really surprised to see how much of what they do is still manual. Are there any plans to bring that into some kind of new technology?
They're always upgrading the technology. I want to say maybe what you're focusing on that's been in the paper is Tampa International. Their air traffic control tower is, I think it's the oldest in the nation, and they're fighting to get funding to upgrade that. Our tower is about 25 years old. We are not having a problem with technology. We are part of that where we integrate the lighting system for the airport that they control. So as it stands now, though, no, you should not have any issues with technology with our air traffic control tower.
And we have enough controllers in our tower to?
Yep. Yeah, we are in a good state.
All right. Okay, continue, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would like to reorient us back to page 3 in our packet. We are going to discuss the only decision package the airport has requested this year. It comes with it a $245,500 one-time expense, along with a $19,940 recurring cost over the next 4 years. This is being requested based off of a Customs and Border Patrol a request for us to amend a technology agreement and pay for a technology refresh that was originally called for in the current technology agreement back in 2018. This technology is used to process our international passengers in the federal inspection area, and airport is required to reimburse Customs and Border Patrol for this.
Yeah, and in fact, the board approved this yesterday, but we won't be spending the money till FY '24.
Okay.
Thank you, Tom. Do we have any questions on that?
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just looking at the parking fees, does that start January 1 or October 1, the increase?
That would be a fiscal year.
So October
So
1.
October 1, that's correct.
Thanks.
Yeah, and certainly before we made these recommendations for the increase, we've done surveys through all the airports, and right now we are in line, but surrounding airports, Sarasota and Tampa, they're significantly higher than us. So this will give us the additional revenue needed to go ahead and invest in future parking, but at the same time remain competitive with surrounding airports.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Anybody? No? So, Tom, I just forgot what I was going to ask you. That's horrible. When I think of it, I'm going to call you.
You have my cell phone number.
I'm sorry?
You have my cell phone number.
Yes, I do.
Tom, do you want to hit the accomplishments and performance measures next?
Sure. As far as the accomplishments, this is one that came about just in the past couple of weeks that PIE and the TSA were ranked as far as the #1 airport in the United States as far as for small, medium-sized airports based on efficiency, customer service. This was amongst 333 airports, so this was a huge accomplishment. And one that says, you hear a lot of remarks as far as the TSA and passengers having issues, but for us to come up ahead in the nation was quite an honor. We did see the addition of 2 new commercial service airlines, Sun Country and Swoop providing international service to Canada. Again, I mentioned earlier that we exceeded 2.4 million passengers in 2022, which marks the highest in the airports in the history. We recently submitted and you approved the PFC application that's important. Again, a PFC application, that's where we collect $4.50 for every passenger that boards the plane. And that allows us to use it for FAA-approved capital improvement projects. So that allows us to continue to fund our CIP program. We acquired a new airport firefighting vehicle from the amount of about $1 million. I know for some of you, you wanted to see this for a while. We had some older exit lane technology that didn't provide the best efficiencies. That's since been replaced and upgraded. Also upgraded cell phone lot restrooms, and why that's important is we really depend on our passengers to go ahead and try to park in that to relieve a lot of the curbside congestion, so just another added amenity. And we also installed a new gate management system. What that is, it's an automated system that if there's delays in flights, that this program can go ahead and reschedule where aircraft are parked. And what it is, it basically really enhances our efficiency and also to be able to accommodate future growth in carriers. And one thing that's may not be on your list, but this is pretty cool. Believe it or not, we were actually the only airport in the past couple months that we were actually on display in the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum.
Oh my goodness.
There is a special kiosk that talks about a little focus on an airport, focusing on airline, different aspects of aviation. And we were specifically on there because of the growth and what we're doing. So when I was in DC meeting with our congressional staff, had a chance to go there, the curator gave me a personal tour, and it was pretty impressive. So, and it's not just off in the corner, it's actually in the main lobby. So there was something I certainly wanted to add. And with that, that's the accomplishments. Do you want me to carry over onto the work plan, or? Okay. It was mentioned earlier, as for, we're beginning a wildlife hazard plan. That's just an FAA requirement. Certainly, bird hazards are a concern at any airport, wildlife ingestion, so that's a study that's going to be underway. the airport common use system, that is another efficiency. And you're probably familiar with this, especially if you fly Southwest, you use the kiosk as opposed to going up the counter. We're going to have those throughout the terminal. It allows us, the efficiency is that multiple carriers can go ahead and use it, and provides us, again, the ability to continue to include new airlines. And my DBE specialist here, Yvette, is going to explain to you where we are with that.
The Disadvantaged Business Enterprise program is something that we work with the FAA to encourage companies that have been historically disadvantaged to work on our construction projects. Part of the FAA's regulation requires that we have a 3-year goal. So, and our 3-year goal is due for FY24 through 26. We have a DBE consultant that works with us to look at the projects that we are going to be building over the next 3 years, and what types of work disciplines are involved with those projects. Once we identify the work disciplines, then we are able to go to the DBE directory, which is run by the state of Florida, and assess how many DBE firms there are total and how many are ready and able to work in our market area, which is obviously Pinellas County and the counties surrounding us. It's not, we don't go and select someone from Miami unless that's the only bid we have. So anyway, we have the methodology and the goals that we have just finished, and we have to have a stakeholders meeting with disadvantaged business enterprise groups, and we're also working with the Small Business Office and Economic Development, and we're having our stakeholder meeting a week from Friday. And then we submit all of that to the FAA along with any comments that we get, because we're also going to put the goal on our website. And we encourage anyone that is interested in it to ask us about it. It's about a 12-page document. And then we submit that by August 1st to the FAA, and then they come back and they either approve or they ask additional questions. But usually they approve what we submit.
Thank you. Okay.
I remembered my question. So, are you looking at any new airlines coming into PI and/or destinations, new destinations that you're able to talk about?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. In fact, Jeff Klaus, our Air Service Marketing Director, is at a conference this week, and he's had meetings with, I think, 8 different airlines. So it is ongoing. It's not even building relationships. It's building the destination, their ability to grow. We talked about pilot shortage is a huge issue. Certain airlines are looking at consolidations, which is a problem. But yes, absolutely, that's one of our #1 goals, to continue to build air service.
And what about airlines? Oh, yeah, that's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah,
What
yeah,
about
yeah.
new destinations?
Yes, I'm talking about airlines and new destinations as well.
Okay, well, this might be a really loaded question for you. From all of the things that I read and from what I've heard you say, it appears that Allegiant is pretty ripe for a takeover.
It's a great question. And actually, no, they are not right for a takeover. You're hearing about JetBlue, Frontier, Spirit. Those negotiations are going on. Those airlines, Frontier, they're financially strapped, where Allegiant is not. They're one of the most financially sound airlines out there. So no, they are not. I can't say never, but no, they are not focused on any type of takeover.
Okay.
And I understand your concern, and that's why it is our #1 goal to try to diversify and get new airlines in. But to calm your nerves and mine, or else I won't sleep at night, no, they're in a good shape.
Did you have a question, Chris? Okay. Charlie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's something about Spirit Frontier and the others having negotiations, but them being delayed. My question is about our concessionaires. It was just a few years ago that we added the local package of concessionaires. I just wanted to get a flavor of how they're doing. I mean, I saw the volume of the dollars, but how are they actually doing, and what's your feedback from the local concessionaires, Mazzaro's and the others?
Sure, I'll take that as an alley-oop, and we'll talk about the performance measures, because that's what we go into. It was about 3 years ago, we redid our concession, food and beverage, and news and gifts. The concessions continue to accelerate year over year, and the stats are here. Of course, we went through COVID. We saw huge increases, 70%, but we're still continuing to see 20% growth in each concession, and this is for just this fiscal year. The only area that we're seeing a little decrease is in rental cars. But since, yes, bringing on Three Daughters Brewery, Mazzaro's, the Dunkin' Donuts, the others.
District.
The district that just opened up a couple weeks ago, our concessions are skyrocketing.
Excellent. That's great to hear. And then the other, just out of curiosity, because in my 10 years, I don't remember hearing, have we had a coyote incident on the runway?
On the runway, no, but that is a concern. We do have coyotes that get on the airfield, and that's part of the wildlife program. As far as bird control, that's not something that happens once a month. That's something that happens probably 6 times a day.
Okay.
So, yeah, no, it's very important. That's why it's an FA requirement to have that plan in place.
Very good. Good to see you.
What is it that the FAA wants us to do with regard to birds?
They want to know what your plan is in place, and it has to be approved by the FAA. What are you doing to try to mitigate as far as bird activity? What type of bird activity do you have around the area? What type of other wildlife? Where is it coming from? Is there concerns with eagles in the area? And basically having a plan to try to minimize bird strikes and other types of wildlife strikes.
Well, every airport must be dealing with that, right? You can't really control where the birds fly.
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, all commercial service airports are required to have a wildlife plan. Unfortunately, we're right on the water. We deal with it probably more than others just because of the bird activity. But yes, this is not unique to us.
Okay. Thank you.
Ed, one.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tom, as you're talking to other airlines, trying to get them to convince them to come to PIE, is there any? What are the reasons that you hear why they don't want to come?
Well, before I answer that, let me just let you know that we do work hand in hand with Visit St. Pete Clearwater as far as providing the data, the catchment area as far as the passengers and the abilities. It's not that they don't want to. There really hasn't been a lot of new airlines that have been coming in. There's been more consolidations. Some of them is what is our ability to grow? Is the terminal big enough? And that's why we're moving forward with that. That's always a question, and that's why until we get that terminal constructed and completed in the next 5 years, we're finding these other efficiencies, like I said, these common use terminals, other things that we can do to at least continue growth until we can really get out there and get some big boys.
Great, thanks.
Oh, Barry, you had something?
Yeah, somebody from home must be feeling a little bit better. I guess he took my home remedy and had a question. Any update on our noise complaints?
Well, at the top of page 5.
There you go.
Yeah. You take a look at as far as what the noise complaints, as far as the goal. Of course, the goal is always 100%, but you got to be realistic. And this is what we're saying is this is for the airlines in compliance with our voluntary, and again, voluntary noise complaint procedures, because we can't mandate that. The FAA doesn't allow us to. 93% in FY21. FY22, the reason it dropped so much is that we had to close our primary air carrier runway to basically repave it. They were forced, but they didn't have an opportunity to use it. And the 85%, again, those were ones that were set back a year ago as far as performance measures. We exceed that. We're in the 90 percentile. Allegiant is a great partner. They're flying in for their corporate headquarters for noise abatement task force meetings. They can be more of a great partner. So we are doing far better than the numbers that you see here. You asked about the concessions. Again, we're looking at probably a continued 30% increase in concessions over the years. I think that the rental cars, again, we tried to build this in the strategic plan a couple years ago. I don't think we're going to achieve 20%. I think we're probably going to be even as far as rental cars. Non-aeronautical, that's our the business park. Our cost per plane passenger, that's important to note for you. $2.10, that's what it costs the airline for every passenger that gets on board. That doesn't include that, our PFC, the $4.50. What that means is we're amongst the lowest in the state, which makes us competitive. So when we're out there dealing with the airlines, if they're going to do 100,000 passengers, if you went to other surrounding airports, it's a significant savings. So that's why we try to stay competitive. And overall, the passengers served, again, these were predictions made a year ago when we went ahead and did the performance measures. We did 2.4 million passengers in calendar year 22. I think we're going to be probably in par with that for calendar year 24. Next.
Microphone. I think that concludes the airport. We can move on to the next one. I've got one little housekeeping to continue with, if I may, Madam Chair.
What do you mean move on to the next one?
So economic development is our next department out there. I know you're going to decide whether we go on to that or not, just as we did the last time. Let me hit one thing at the end of airport here. You will not see a stress test for the airport. Tom and his team put themselves through that on a regular basis anyway. Our enterprise departments do not go through that stress test.
They receive no general fund support.
Right. They are self-supporting, completely contained. And you will see, though, common attachments at the back of every department. So we always have the organization chart, a great deal of operating and capital data that helps with insomnia sometimes. So you may wish to look at that. We've also got our vacancy report, our decision packages, our user fee reports, and in certain cases, the airport being one of them, a fund forecast going forward. So you will remember Jim coming a couple of months ago and giving an overall fund forecast. Each department that has one, you'll see it at the very back there. So just letting you know what you're looking at.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, Tom and Yvette, for coming and for our budget people and giving such a great presentation.
Thank you for your continued support. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And I'm looking forward very much to the Janus evening, too.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, and so now I am going to suggest that we take our lunch break, since it was quite some time ago that Della let me know that lunch was here, and it's time for a little break. We've been sitting now for quite a while. All right? Let's come back at 12:30, 12:35. Is that long enough? Yeah? Okay, perfect. Thank you. we have economic development.
Go ahead, Chris.
So we have Audrey Abels back with us, and we have Dr. Johnson and Greg Concanon here. So we're going to start off with the budget analyst. Oh, and James, forgive me, I saw him out of the corner of my eye. We have a capital presentation on this as well. So we're going to go in that order: operating to capital, back to operating, then over to the department. Okay? So Audrey.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So we're going to start on page 1 with the budget summary tables. As you will see, the department has 2 funds, the general fund as well as the Star Center fund. For the general fund, the request for FY24 is $3.6 million roughly. And for the Star Center, the request for FY24 is $10.1 million.
So I have a question before we go further. Is there a reason we don't have anything on our screens?
The budget presentations are normally not put up there, only PowerPoints are put up there, so that's my suspicion as to why it's that way.
Okay.
But they're all in your packet.
Yes,
and,
I see them in my packet. I just need, like, it big.
and we are on number 6 of today's agenda and on page 1 of number 6 right now.
Right. Sorry, Aubrey.
That's
Please
okay.
continue.
We're actually going to move to page 2. So this is the FY24 budget drivers. We will start with economic development, or the general fund, first. So with that, we are seeing the same increase in salaries, so the 3% on the midpoint there for a total of $103,000. The FY24 budget for economic development does have some changes to the University of South Florida grants. So we receive grant revenue because our small business enterprise division does consulting hours for small businesses, and we receive grant revenue through that. And with that, the state has decided to eliminate their portion of the funding. Instead, the federal portion will be picking up the difference. So we're still receiving the same amount, essentially, but the state will no longer be providing funding. It's just the federal. So the budget also has $150,000 dedicated for the employment sites program. This is to hire a consultant to help us with the infrastructure round to create the application process and help with the evaluation process as well. And also $50,000 will be towards marketing the program. So we'll move on to the Star Center. So the Star Center, same thing. We're seeing the 3% increase in salaries there. Additionally, the latest forecast has an anticipated shortfall for the Star Center in FY25 of $1.2 million. That means that they will not be able to make any more capital improvements in FY25 as of right now. They do have a plan to help alleviate this. They're going to call it their master redevelopment plan, and they're going to be bringing that to the county administrator soon. The FY24 budget, I do need to make a correction here. So on page 2, under the Star Center, the 3rd bullet, that should read the FY24 budget for professional services is increasing to cost the incorporation of professional development for that master plan. And the department is looking into grant opportunities to help alleviate some of that cost. Additionally, contractual services is increasing, and this is just due to maintaining the building, so they need some additional money to refurbish some air handlers as well as for painting the building. So that's about a $63,000 increase, or 68, I apologize. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to James Lewis for the capital overview of the Star Center.
Thank you, Audrey. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. James Lewis, Budget and Financial Management Analyst from the Office of Management and Budget. So as we talked earlier, capital projects and planning are facing some challenges this year, mainly cost of materials, lead times on materials, and contractor shortages. The Star Center is facing all of those challenges, just like all of our other departments. However, as you'll see on page 2, the 6-year FY24 through 29 capital plan is decreasing by $500,000. It's a 3.7% reduction from the current plan. The FY24 budget of actual appropriations is increasing $1.8 million, so that's a 50.9% reduction from FY23. This is allowing the fund to remain balanced through FY24, and it's responding to the completion rate of capital projects that we've been observing this year. On page 21 of the packet, you will see the CIP project budget detail. That'll give you a project-by-project breakdown of each project's budget over the 6-year plan. On page 29, you'll also see the forecast that Audrey mentioned earlier, and as she said, we do have a shortfall in FY25 of $1.2 million. That will require additional revenue or cut back in capital improvements. Right now, the planned FY25 capital budget is $2.8 million. So, as Audrey said, Star Center, Greg, and Dr. J will be working on that. Moving on to page 3, we see the increased funding request. And again, this is any project that's increasing by $250,000 and 15%. We require justification for the cause of increase. All 3 of these projects are the air handling units. We're seeing material cost increases reported between 20 and 50%. We're seeing lead times increase from where it was about 10 to 12 weeks. It's up to about 37 to 44 weeks on all these the materials for the air handler units. So the total increased funding is about $783,000 for those 3 projects. Not all of that funding is in FY24, and we also have seen several projects completed, more projects completed than are increasing or being requested new, so that we're still seeing a decrease in both the 6-year plan and the FY24 budget. There's one new project for the Star Center being requested for FY24, and that's a re-roof of the East 400 building. It's about 6,000 square feet of roof assembly that will be removed and replaced. The current roof assembly doesn't allow for any maintenance or recoding, so that's needed in order to protect the space of the tenants below. That is all for the capital plan for the Star Center, so I'll turn it back over to Audrey.
Thank you. So we're going to move to the decision packages. That is on page 3 towards the bottom. Economic Development does have 2 decision packages for FY24. The first one is a Workforce Development Manager. It would cost roughly $138,000 recurring moving forward. So the department is requesting this additional employee to address some workforce concerns. This additional employee will help develop and implement policies to promote a high wage and talent pipeline. The second decision package is for the Star Center for an equipment replacement for a forklift and a snorklift. So those are used almost, if not daily, to maintain the facility, and they are needing to be replaced as they are over 30 years old and are bringing forth some life safety concerns. So that is what that request is for. Moving on to page 4. At the top, you'll see the operating budget analysis. So you can think of this as footnotes that really highlights more detail on those budget drivers that I've already discussed. So this is just more supplemental information in case you need that as well. Proposed fee changes. The department is not proposing any fee changes for FY24. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Johnson to talk about the accomplishments.
Good morning. Well, good afternoon. I guess I've been here since morning. Good afternoon. Well, I'm proud to announce some of our accomplishments this year. Of course, top on our list is the activity with our ARC Innovation Center. As you all are aware, we had the topping off event in January. We are currently at about 65% complete, and we have actually processed our first reimbursement from the federal government, which is about $5 million. We're anticipating on getting in the next few weeks. So, in fact, I got a call yesterday from ASA that said it has been processed. So our ARC Innovation Center is moving right along. We have tenants who are being vetted at this time by our operator, and I did a walkthrough last week. And we have stairs, and it's coming right along with that ARC Innovation Center. One of our business development opportunities I wanted to make sure that I showcased and highlight as an accomplishment. We've worked really hard to recruit appropriate high-paid industry partners into our community, and we're proud to say that our recruitment efforts have led into the expansion and retention of one of our financial service industries, Dynasty Financials, who was recognized today as the Entrepreneur of the Year for the entire state, and he's slated to be the National Entrepreneur of the Year. And I bring that up because it's part of our business retention efforts of how we, one, recruit the company in and then continue to work with them on their expansion needs. Cheryl Penny is the CEO there, and he is one of our business council invitees that we are looking to work with to help us with industry insight and help us shape our strategic plan that is also a part of our accomplishments. One of the things that we have been working on all year is creating a comprehensive strategic plan for economic development. And in doing so, we will have a strategic direction for our work plan for 2024. So I look forward to bringing that back to the board to see the direction that we are going in. We are at 60% complete and preparing a first draft for county administrators' review. Another item that I wanted to showcase as a major accomplishment by staff is our Small Business Enterprise Program. As was stated earlier, the state has kind of changed some of the structure at the state level, but we have a Small Business Development Center as a part of our partnership, and that partnership has afforded our Pinellas County businesses the award of over $68 million in federal contracts just for this fiscal year alone, which then puts Pinellas County's SBDC in first position in the region for effectiveness and assisting clients with federal opportunities. And then lastly, not to take away the great activity that's happening at our STAR Center, Greg is new to the team, but under his leadership, he has really been very intentional about bringing our STAR Center up to code. We have fully implemented CityWorks as part of the process where we can identify early on when we have issues and things like that. We've also decommissioned the 2 wastewater treatment towers that was there, resulting in not only savings for labor, but also savings in maintenance that we were spending a lot of money on that as well. And then lastly, at the STAR Center, we have been able to retain our anchor tenant, which is very good. We have them right now in a lease that goes to 2038, and they're very interested in participating in any redevelopment efforts that we have moving forward with the STAR Center. So, you know, if the board chooses for us to do a redevelopment plan there at the STAR Center, we do have an anchor tenant that is extremely interested in the advancement of that facility. You want me to go on to the work plan and the performance measures? And so as that being said, as part of our work plan, the implementation of the comprehensive countywide strategic plan for economic development is key for our 2024 work plan, as well as we will conclude the build out of the ARC Innovation Center and occupy that space with our operator and work with our community partners to ensure that we have a nice balance of business represented at the ARC Innovation Center. And then at the STAR Center, we're working on that redevelopment plan and preparing a redevelopment plan concept for the county administrator to review and make recommendation on next steps for us to implement that redevelopment strategy. So that's what I have for that, Chris, and I can roll right into the performance measures if you like. Our performance measures are strategically aligned with our work plan, which is helping to ensure that we're being responsible and accountable for the activities. As part of our, on page number 5, you'll see the whole full gamut of our performance measures that we hold ourselves accountable to. We continue to meet the SBE goal expectation. In fact, we are currently working with purchasing to revise some of the components of the SBE goals, contracts, and processes for the SBE program to aid in giving better access and more access to opportunities to our local small businesses. Our employment sites program, we have a performance measure of 100,000 square foot of space. Currently, we're into our 5th round with the employment sites program. And I neglected to mention that our employment sites program is an award-winning program. We had the good fortune this year to get 2 awards, one from the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, as well as from the state's Florida Economic Development Council for the effectiveness and the impact from the employment sites program. And we've added over 1 million square feet of industrial and commercial space that is modern and useful to our industries. So we continue to monitor that as part of our performance measures. And with the budget amendment that you all approved yesterday, we will be able to really put into place the criteria in the platform for the 2nd phase of our employment sites program, which speaks to public infrastructure. And we've already been working with all of our city partners on preparing them for opportunities that will be coming in the future. And then I'll just showcase the SBE vendor, because I know that is a strategic initiative of the board. There was a technical correction where it's 9,048 for the FY22 actuals. That actually was 705. So the translation for Questica was a little technical error. But what we've been able to do with the SBE program, we continue to monitor that every year. And it is important for us to not just have SBEs in the database, but have the right SBEs in the database. So our goal is to retain 600 of the right SBEs. Right now, as of today, we have 738 SBEs that are registered in the program, and we are on track to meet our goals that have been put in place for FY23 for SBE awards. Chris?
All right. Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. That's what partnership looks like. We did it just like we were supposed to, so thank you all. I'm going to touch on one thing that Cynthia said. On page 5, there was one performance measure that just did not come out of our computer system correctly. Questica is the budgeting and performance system that we used, and we are currently trying to figure out why that one, just that one, happened that way. We have found a couple of other ones. So if they are in print, I will be bringing them to you and letting you know that happened. But that's the one we know of today. So thank you, Commissioners. And I think that concludes economic development, unless anyone has questions.
Questions? Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the workforce development manager, one of the decision packages is the $137,990. Is that include labor burden, or is that just salary?
No, it's fully
allocated.
loaded.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How would you measure success if that position was filled? How would you measure success on that?
Success for us would be measured for that workforce manager position by the number of engagements that we have with industry to help identify. One of the biggest issues, Commissioner, is that industry is saying to us that there is such a mixed match in the messaging of what skills are needed for certain positions. So as we develop this position, we are going to be very intentional about engaging this position not only with our Pinellas Business Council, Career Source Pinellas, and with industry partners to identify what are those skills you're looking for. And so we will have industry roundtables on a quarterly basis, and we will be measured on that. We also will have industry follow-ons that will come to our One Pinellas Business Council to give some insight. So as we take this information, whether it's back to our technical colleges or our university system or our short-term training partners, we're able to capture what's happening with that training information.
Are we doing that at all now?
Right now, we're doing more of information sharing because we don't have the bandwidth to really dig down and get that output that comes with it. And so we are now acting as the ombudsman, if you will. We're sharing the information. We're trying to bring the right people to the table. So we're doing some of that outreach. This will be a more intentional effort where we will align this work with what we do with economic development and with Career Source Pinellas. And we've been talking in partnership with Career Source Pinellas on how we can form this position to be most relevant for industry.
Commissioners, all of the new, all the decision packages that were requested are in your packet. That does not necessarily mean that they'll receive a recommendation. Okay. I highly doubt, and I love what they're doing, but I highly doubt you'll see this as a recommendation. But you'll see all of them, the ones that we are recommending, and then the ones that we are not, as part of my final budget recommendation coming in July. The reason I say that is the partnership between us and CareerSource can be so much stronger. And on the business side, they have an obligation as part of the federal funds for a focus around that business partnership. So I'd like to see them fund that. So to the extent we can expand that, then it should not just be a partnership, it should be a financial partnership. So there's more that we can do there, and I think that needs to be developed, and that's where I'm going to really push. But there's just been too many things to really push on that side up to now.
Great, thanks. And one other follow-up question too, if I could. For the budget summary here, is the Star Center, you know, there's expenditures and revenues. Is the Star Center intended to be a profit center?
It's an enterprise center that self-funds itself.
Okay.
It's expected to be sustainable, and it's expected to meet industry needs. And we're looking at forecasting because when Greg came along and I came into this role, we really looked at what does the future of the Star Center look like and how can we make it sustainable for today's industry needs.
Right. So if we have more revenue than expenses, where does that money go, and vice versa? Where does the money come from if it's not sustainable?
All of the funds will remained in the enterprise fund. It will be some reserves. As you all know, currently, the Star Center, the facility is very dated. And we spend a lot of our funds on trying to maintain that building. That's why we're recommending a redevelopment concept to the county administrator.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Commissioner Justice, and then Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staying on the Star Center for a second, how far are we away from bringing it up to, you know, because it wasn't that long ago that we were talking about getting rid of this whole thing.
You bid it.
Right.
You bid it out.
Yeah.
Well, I remember the process very well.
And what we're finding is that these 96 acres of opportunity really can position Pinellas County to have a centrally located industrial park that is focused on defense and aerospace that really can take our community to the next level. And so what we've done is we've looked at what we tried to do with the property in the past, and then we looked at current conditions, and it is a jewel to be had, and that's what we've tried to put into a conceptual format for the county administrator to review. And then from there, given the direction we're working with some of our community partners like Duke, they are on board with helping us to redevelop a plan. And we're looking, based on the Collier's report, the Santac report, there was a recommendation to see if we can get into a P3 arrangement to have that whole campus redevelopment.
Okay.
So you said focus on defense and what?
Aerospace.
Aerospace.
Oh, aerospace, thank you.
And then you mentioned, I just wanted to get clarification, the 1 million, new 1 million square feet of industrial space. That's
commercial.
since when and
That's since the beginning of our ESP program. We've had an active program for 2 years now, and we've had 5 rounds that we have completed, and you all have committed, and we've actually built the 1 million square feet.
okay. What was that size of that facility in Oldsmar that was just recent?
Was it 10? I don't have the size exactly of it right now
Okay.
at my fingertips.
Okay.
But I know that was a multi-faceted approach there, because what we were able to do is not only expand that footprint, but actually allow them to incorporate another line of business. And then they also took advantage of a $10 million industrial revenue bond for that facility in Oldsmar as well.
And when we're talking about adding the industrial, and we're talking about, we have some funds available through the penny. We've talked about for a long time around here about how do we reinvent some of the old industrial space that's not, not viable anymore. Are we actually looking at those spaces and talking to those property owners and saying, engaging them in a conversation about, we do have potential funds available if you're willing to partner with us?
Yes, we've been having some very intentional discussion with developers and owners of space that we see can have an economic development impact. And that's why for our phase 2 of the program, we wanted to be very intentional about putting in the proper criteria. So as we go to deploy the next set of round of funding through that phase 2, that we have criteria that is not only equitable, but is criteria that meets today's industry needs. So in doing that, yes, we've been doing that. And then on the budget amendment yesterday, that $50,000 that's dedicated for marketing is for we can do the next level of marketing, because, I think we've hit all of the low-hanging fruit in talking with potential investors. But what we want to do is dig a little bit deeper to make sure that we attract the right development to the community.
I just think there's so much opportunity in areas that, were industrial 30 years ago, and the ceilings are 8 feet, 10 feet, and it either has to be a complete scrape or a significant remodel. And would love to see us partner with some of those. And I don't even know if they know it's available. I mean, we've had some where we're industrial, and now it's being used as a jazzercise studio. And, it's, instead of employing 100 people, it's employing like 6 people, and in a very incredible location. And so we just want to make sure that we're, reaching out to those folks, make sure that they know that there's opportunities available.
Well,
But
really talk about the kind of the mixed use concept that you're working on also.
Okay, thank you, Barry. So what we're doing with our employment sites program is looking to really maximize the use of space. So by doing that, we have been taking on some mixed-use projects, for example, Orange Station in St. Pete. That project will be the first time that they've added Class A office space in downtown St. Pete in over 20 years. But it's a mixed-use project where they have some housing, some office, some shared parking. And so we're looking to expand on that concept so that we can help meet the various needs of not just industry and economic development, but a key component of economic development, which is housing. So in partnership to create those spaces where we can get the best use out of those facilities.
absolutely. And since you brought up Orange Station, I didn't bring it up, you brought it up. Do they come to you or the county when they make significant changes in the overall project, not just the office space component, but they made significant changes in their overall project recently? I mean, is that a conversation they have with us?
We do, we have as part of our ESP program, we have a 10-year commitment with that company to work with them and monitor the use of the dollars and to monitor what they're doing with the dollars that we have allocated to them. And so that relationship stays there. And when they have issues, concerns, or changes that impact the project, yes, we do communicate with them.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to share, or want us to keep in the forefront that because CareerSource is going through a metamorphosis as it relates to who's going to take the lead, how things will be structured. We currently have a person that's identified as the Workforce Development Manager, but there's no guarantee that that role will continue to exist. And while we've been given directions from the state to have everything put in place and merged, we still haven't received particulars on how they want us to do that. So I just want to make sure that maybe that stays as a part of the conversation, Barry, when you're looking at the decision packages for the request for that role, because I would hate for, I mean, I have no idea what's going to happen, but I would hate for us to, even if we think about maybe looking at some of the work responsibilities that are being envisioned and rolling those in with another position or something, but I would hate for us to kind of lose traction on that since we also have reestablished that one committee where persons are no longer meeting for the sake of meeting, but you all have now restructured it so that you're meeting with persons who have the ability to make decisions, executive directors or CEOs or presidents or whatever. And then I would envision this position to be one that could actually help carry out some of those things that come to the table with that group. I understand we don't have endless bucks, I get that, but I do know that with CareerSource being in flux, we have no idea what's going to happen, and I just don't want us to miss opportunities on some of that, and the relationships that both CareerSource and the county has with the technical trade communities, as well as even St. Petersburg College, you know, coming into the fold, USF now, looking at some additional avenues by which trainings can be provided in I'm going to say short course that would then be able to put people to work fairly quickly. All of that stuff is really going to, I think, help move us into the next direction for attracting new businesses, new companies with higher wages and opportunities for employment. So just wanted to kind of put that as a buzz on the table. But I do appreciate the conversation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one other follow-up question on the Star Center. Could it be a profit center?
Could it be a profit center?
Or maybe that's not the right, revenue producing, I mean, just thinking down the road.
I think you'll see that when they present their master plan. Okay, and you know they took down the old school site, so you have some land out there. So if they focus that, and then so the question is, do we spend that piece of the property off, or do you lease space out and build? That's going to be some of the decisions on the involvement we want to have as a government entity. With it, it is an enterprise fund, so it's not dragging government.
Yeah,
it's not a traditional role we necessarily should be in. Right. But you also have the long time issues of what was done there for many years,
right,
which is a risk factor companies aren't willing to take. So, I think that's part of the master plan that we bring to you. We should have that discussion again, and they're taking a new look at it.
Absolutely.
And we can talk about any of those.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
our budget analyst has the answer to the Oldsmar question that Commissioner asked, so if we may.
Racetrack in Oldsmar, so racetrack 430. Just so happen to pull this with me, so a little prepared today. It looks like it's going to be a total of 92,000 roughly square feet.
All right. Is that it for economic development? I guess it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry? Okay. Next on our agenda is Department of Administrative Services.
So while Shane Kunze comes to the table, he's going to be presenting the next two, so you will have three of his departments today. We have Joe and Diana here from the department. And Joe's got a team of folks behind him as well, just in case there are any other questions. But this is one of the governmental capital funds, so you will not have James at the table. So it's going to be Shane and the departments.
Explain the organizational structure changes as part of that.
Okay. So you will see, next up is administrative services, and then right after that is construction services. And we have, as part of this budget, we are proposing, we have construction services coming out of administrative services and being standalone as an office. And we may continue doing some moves there, but you will see in Shane's presentation how that comes out of these numbers and goes into another set of numbers.
So maybe I should just give kind of an overview of that before we kind of get going with the budget numbers. So in the past, in Department of Administrative Services, you had real estate services, you had risk, you had purchasing, you had a combined facilities/construction group. We changed that around to where construction and facilities are different. So construction has project managers and to deal with vertical construction, not horizontal. That's out in public works, utilities, things like that. So, but we've pulled that out and we've hired Jeff, who's in the audience, to be over that construction division, which is where we had most of our project overruns, project estimates, and everything in the past. So we've kind of reorganized that to where facilities maintains facilities and construction projects are construction projects. We're pulling that out of administrative services and putting that as a division of county administrator's office where we can have, because these are large projects. So they'll work together, but you'll see the differences when they go through the numbers. That's that change in those 10 people. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Barry, and good afternoon, distinguished members of the board. Thank you again for hearing me today. As previously stated, I will be presenting the Department of Administrative Services budget. From here on out, I will refer to them as DAS for brevity. They are an integral part of the county and our overall operation here. They provide key internal services, including procurement of goods and services, risk and insurance management, fleet services, and facilities and real property management. The very nature of DAS's business means it is being heavily impacted by inflation and supply chain disruption. In the presented FY24 budget, you will see the impacts of these cost increases for goods and services and the increased demands for DAS's services throughout the county. Starting us off, I will point out as well that we have the budget summary on page 1 and continues on to page 2 of your provided materials. You will notice there are 3 separate funds that make up DAS. First one being general fund, which supports our purchasing and facilities and real property. The second is fleet management, which supports our fleet management services. And the final is our risk, and risk management services is what that will be supporting. So as I discuss, we can refer back to that visual aid, but I'm going to jump right into the topics for discussion. With the proposed FY24 budget, including a 3.0% salary adjustment at the midpoint, and DAS has specifically budgeted $45,400 for career paths and ladders in FY24. Despite the increase in wages and the career path and ladders, there is going to be a decrease of just under $1 million. It's $929,300 in personnel services to the general fund. This is due to what Barry just discussed with you all, and that is the transfer of 10 FTE, which we're currently projecting being reallocated into its own office. And the budget in front of you does reflect this change as if it has already happened. The other thing I would like to note about that transition is it will not only be 10 FTEs, but it will be their salaries of $1.3 million that will be vacating this department. And then we have also added $84,100 in operating expenses so it can stand alone as its own entity. All of these FTE and funds will be coming out of DAS, so nothing new is being asked here. Next up, utility services for the general fund are increasing by approximately $3 million, which is a 29.5% increase. A little over half of this is Duke Energy's increased rates alone. The rest of our utility services is a combination of natural gas, water, and waste management services, which have all also experienced their own individual increases, with natural gas coming in second to Duke for highest percentage. Our repair and maintenance services budget is also increasing by $899,400, or 27.2%. This is due to facilities and real property coming in and addressing deferred maintenance and trying to tackle that as a priority issue. And while we are addressing repair and maintenance, we are also combating inflation and supply chain disruptions, just like we've heard throughout many presentations today. So increased demand and increased costs. We have also received $2.1 million in new project requests for FY24 by departments. They request facilities and real property. They let them know what they need updated or renovated. So between our repair and maintenance and these new requests, you are seeing an $899,000 increase. Now, granted, the 2.1 is much higher than that. It's because other projects are falling off, and these are new projects that we're going to be picking up. Contractual services for the general fund are also increasing by $163,000, or 3.7%, and this is due primarily to vendor costs, which have been approved through various contract agreements. And there have been some exceptions to the contracts where we've added services, but it's predominantly cost increases with trying to meet vendor demands. Next, I'll transition, still on page 2, to the Fleet Management Fund. We are increasing our charges for services this year by $4 million, or 24.8%. This is directly due to this section of the department also experiencing inflationary impacts on the purchase of parts. And also, we have had to defer some vehicle purchases. So with an aging fleet, we have to purchase a greater quantity of these parts too. So again, you see we have an increased demand, combine that with increased cost for that demand. Vehicle replacement plan will also be increasing by $942,130, or 21.2%. And we are also going to be increasing the inflationary factor that we add in for departments from 3% to 5%. Due to the nature of the market, we need to be able to bring back our revenues accurately by charging more realistic prices. Expenditures for operating supplies in the Fleet Management Fund, which includes fuel and parts, is increasing by $875,430, or 11.7%. We fully anticipate fuel quantity to remain flat, but we will be expecting in the FY24 budget an increase in fuel costs. Yesterday, you all approved a budget amendment because we are already currently experiencing fuel increases in this year. So this proposal not only takes yesterday's request into account, but it helps us with projecting into the future as well. Vehicle and heavy equipment replacement expenditures are increasing from 11.4 to 12.7. This is the actual purchase of our vehicles in the vehicle replacement plan. So we are expecting a $1.3 million increase in those costs, or 11.3%. This is due to a historical level of vehicles being ordered next year, and then also the inflationary and supply chain disruption impacts to the cost of those vehicles. Finally, I want to also, not finally, I apologize. The Fleet Management Division is working with OMB currently to make our charges for services more efficient in terms of vehicle maintenance. Right now, it is continuously done throughout the year. When our customers bring in their vehicles, they are charged for that service. We are going to be doing a chargeback service moving forward to where, rather than you paying for it right now, you will pay for it in your next year's budget. There's a lot of benefits here. It's going to reduce the manual process that we have currently. It will reduce errors. It will make the department more efficient, and it will also allow the departments to better plan for impacts to their budget through vehicle situations. For example, if major repairs were needed, very costly repairs were needed, a department may not be able to handle it in their current budget. But knowing what's coming on the horizon, they will be able to better plan for that and adjust their budgets. So that is just an efficiency thing that we wanted to highlight today for you.
The voice from the back. Thank you. Most of our vehicles are heavy-duty vehicles. They're not cars running around. However, I think there's more that we can do there. And Don, our fleet manager, he's really going to look at that, about where we have cars, where we can consolidate, where we can eliminate and shrink that fleet, because it's, as you can see, it's very, very expensive. So I think there's more we can do. That's something that's a task for this next year.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to fuel, how are we trending year to date on that? Are we above budget, below budget? How are we doing on that?
Absolutely. And we do have, the operating department will also speak in too, but I can kick us off. We are currently budgeted this year for $2.45 a gallon for unleaded and $2.50 a gallon for diesel, with a 33-cent markup. Anybody driving in today would have seen that's not really the current market. So the budget amendment that you all approved yesterday helped us to realign with market conditions. So we are currently under budget for how the price of fuel is currently going. This budget in particular takes not only that into account, but we are estimating a $3.09 price per gallon for unleaded and $3.70 for diesel.
And that's less taxes, obviously. That doesn't include, when the pump you pay taxes. So yeah.
And
you said $3.50 for diesel this year?
$3.70 for diesel.
$3.70 for next year.
For
What is
next
it for
year.
this year?
And it is $2.50 currently.
$2.50 for diesel. Okay.
And our markup will also go from 33 cents this year to 35 cents next year.
Okay. Are we buying futures?
No.
No.
But honestly, when the market stabilizes, Commissioner, that's something we're absolutely going to look at, because there is a great potential to save money if you lock in at the right time, as you know, obviously.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen, I mean, the past, I don't know, 7-8 months, it's definitely flattened out a lot. I mean, my wholesale delivered diesel price, and that's fully taxed, is about $3.15 right now.
Yeah.
So, might be a good time to look at that.
We've been discussing that with a third party, in fact. Don and I have been discussing that with a third party, and we're definitely going to dig into that this year and see what the potential is. No question.
Okay. Thanks.
Yep.
Commissioner Scott, I also want to point out, we came to these numbers through the Energy Information Administration.
Yep.
We used their data to help us make that justification this year.
Yeah, I think 370 should be plenty. I think that's probably, I mean, unless something crazy happens, which could. So no.
Or somewhere.
Through the chair.
Sure.
Just-
Yeah.
That's probably over.
I'm-
There's cushion there.
I'm very glad Commissioner Scott asked the question about futures, though, because we have been having that discussion. There is an opportunity there, maybe not exactly today, but the director's correct. There will come a time when it will be the right time to do that. And yes, everywhere I've worked in a budget office, this has been a troubling question, especially about 10 years ago when diesel and unleaded flipped on each other, and that was a big deal for us too. But we're doing our best to project at this point.
Okay.
Right. Realigning
Anything
back
else,
on.
Commissioner Scott?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone over here? No? Okay, continue.
Thank you, Chair. Realigning us back to page 3, we are just about in the top quarter section. Fleet is anticipating the completion of a countywide GPS telematics initiative that they are anticipating to finalize by the end of the fiscal year. This is going to provide a lot of useful data, not just to the vehicle wear and tear and usage, but it's also going to allow us to better look at our idling and try and be more sustainable in that factor by looking at where there may be potential waste. And the final thing I want to touch on with Fleet for you all today is Fleet recently finalized a competitive procurement process with an engineering and design firm to develop and build an electric vehicle infrastructure master plan. The American Rescue Plan Act will be the source of funding for that particular item. The county currently has a plan to make all light-duty fleet vehicles, which there are 654 internal combustion engines vehicles, to electric over the next 10 years. Next, I will move along to risk for our topics for discussion. The Risk Financing Fund is currently projected to have a $200,000 increase for general liability expenses over the last 2 years, and well, last year and this year. We have noticed that general liability is starting to cap out earlier and earlier. This can be due to increased costs for cases or increased cases as well. So we want to give them a $200,000 bump so we can continue to handle this risk efficiently and timely. Property and casualty insurance rates are also increasing. We have a $3.3 million or 26% increase for the budget this year. This was initially discussed back in January before the board, and it is due to market conditions that are happening throughout Florida. We experienced a 16.8% increase to the budget this year, which was also included in the budget amendment yesterday. And so this request not only reflects what we're dealing with in FY23, add that plus the FY24 impact. And as I've spoken to my colleagues in risk, this is a Florida-wide problem, if not U.S.-wide problem. Some areas are seeing as high as 60% increases. So for us to be at 16.8, it took a lot of work for the department to get us here. Additionally, the final thing I want to bring up for drivers for the budget for risk is we are looking to purchase 60 AED devices, the automated external defibrillators. Ours are currently, that are to be replaced, 15 years old. This is a cyclical cost, so it will be 10 to 15 years before they need to be replaced. And this will come with a $166,800 impact to the risk fund. All right, now we're going to move on to decision packages at the bottom of page 3, of which there are 3 of them that we are asking you to consider. The first one is the generator replacement plan. Currently, the county does not have a way to efficiently replace our generator fleet. We have the vehicle replacement plan that we use to replace vehicles as they age, and the department has done a fairly decent job of collecting the data and telling us when we need to replace the vehicles. Now we want to transition this to our generators. To provide you some stats, we have $2 million worth of generators that are 39 years old or older. And we estimate that probably $7.5 million or 29% of our generator fleet is aging beyond life. They're still functioning, but by industry standards, they are aging beyond life. So we want to get ahead of this and create a program to where it will act very similar to the vehicle replacement plan, where departments that utilize generators pay into this, so funds are available so we can timely replace our generator fleet. We are asking $2 million out of the general fund be put into the fleet fund for that program.
Yeah, and Shane, if I may just a second, and it's been a problem over the years, commissioners, frankly, because when a generator blows up, lack of a better way to word it, or malfunctions or implodes, departments have to try to scavenge for money to replace it. So this program will really help them going forward from a budgetary perspective, where they really don't have to worry about replacing a generator going forward. It's one of the things that, frankly, has been overlooked for many, many years, and we really think that this is a really good initiative going forward to have a methodology to replace these older generators, and some of them are 50, 55, 60 years old. I mean, they're really getting up there, long in the tooth, so that's the purpose of that request.
Commissioner Justice?
Thank you, Madam Chair. How many, I mean, you're talking about generators, I mean, what I'm thinking about generators for buildings type?
You're talking about lift stations, generators for buildings.
Oh, lift station, okay.
Oh, yeah, the public safety campus. I mean, you name it, they're all over the county.
But a generator doesn't rise as far, is it not in our asset management program?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the.
Is it not in our asset management program, the generator?
Oh, yeah. You know, we manage it as an asset, but as far as the actual replacement cost, there's never been a mechanism to fund the replacement of that.
Okay, all right.
So when one.
So we do have the
goes up-
projection of the time life and all those.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
okay,
Oh, yes.
all right.
Yes,
All right.
absolutely. Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Next
Scott?
decision package.
Commissioner Scott, hold on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up to that, how many generators are we talking about countywide? And this is, it says
204.
204?
Yes, sir.
So this is non-recurring, so that's enough to replace all of them?
Oh, no, no, no. This kicks the program off. This is a jump start. And then we're going to put money in each year to build up a fund.
And how many?
Sinking fund.
How many do we anticipate needing to replace next year? Any idea?
5, Don, I believe. How many was it?
Full evaluation has not been done yet.
Yeah, but I think there's 5 right off the bat, from what I recall. That,
There's going to
yeah.
be more than we can fund initially.
Yeah.
But the target right now, if the 2 million goes, is 5.
Okay, thank you.
Just to give you context, they pumped down stormwater ponds in anticipation of that. They have the utilities, they pump the line, figures where they can get, another storm. So there's a variety of reasons that they use them. It's not just a building generator. I just want to give context for people listening. There's a lot of different areas that apartments have these in, and they're large. A couple $1 million is only 5.
Our next decision package that we are bringing before you is also for the general fund. This one will be non-recurring as well. This is a $426,000 ask, and this is for an American with Disabilities Act compliance review. The department is seeking to bring in a consultant to identify ADA issues throughout the county. This was also a request from the Office of Human Rights.
This is just a review, this is not actually making any improvements?
That is correct. It would be
This is a review, and Jeffrey and I have had conversations about this. And so we need to understand this more and what is really required. Once you have a document, you own it, and stuff. So I want to be careful about this and what we're trying to accomplish with this. There are some federal requirements that he's looking at, and Joel's office is involved because we really need to understand this. So.
Okay.
Thank you, Barry. The final decision package that we have here before you is for the general fund. This would be recurring, and it comes with a cost of $330,000. The St. Pete Veterinary Technology Center is currently owned by Pinellas County, but it is being used by St. Pete College. We have a clause in our contract that when the college is finished with it, we will take it back over, and currently it looks like we will be taking this property back into our operation and maintenance plan.
Well, we're going to have a meeting, a joint meeting with us and the college, and now it involves us at a higher level to try to work out some of these issues. We have that meeting next Tuesday, so more to come. Some of their staff wants to continue to stay where they're at and not go back to the campus, and Dr. Williams is fully aware of that and the issues. We don't want to do certain things, so we've got to get everybody together and iron those issues out.
If all else fails, talk to Pinellas County Schools and see if they'll take it over and attach it with the Richard O. Jacobs veterinary program. I'm serious.
Well, and remember, we have a construction project for expansion of our medical area. So this really is a good fit, but we don't want to take over a building and have the same people continue to use it, and it doesn't meet our needs.
Right.
And so it hasn't been, here's the keys, it's your building. So those are the things we're working through.
Thank you, Barry. Reorienting us to page 4, the next section is the operating and budget analysis. We've already touched on a great deal of this, but I will provide just some quick takeaways for you. Excluding reserves, the expenditures for the department overall, this is for all 3 funds, are increasing from $89.3 million to $97.7, or 8.4 million, 9.4%. This is due to the reasons previously discussed in our topics for discussion. General fund has a $1.9 million increase, or 4.5%. The fleet management fund, excluding reserves, will be increasing by $2.6 million, or 10.8%. And finally, excluding reserves, the risk financing fund will also be increasing by $3.8 million, or 16.8%. And with that, I am going to turn the page to 5, where we have our FY23 accomplishments, and I'm going to hand it to Director Joe Leroux.
Thanks, Shane. Appreciate it. Shane has already mentioned a lot of our initiatives and accomplishments, so I'm not going to repeat a lot of them, but I'm going to go through and talk a little more about some and inject some new ones into the discussion. We have a strategic plan, obviously, to replace our light-duty fuel gas-powered vehicles, our vans, pickup trucks, and sedans, as an example. And part of that is shutting down many of the fuel sites we currently have. Shutting down our fuel sites obviously helps in many ways. To begin with, it reduces our insurance potential, our insurance risk, environmental risk. Plus, we don't want to be Exxon, let's face it. I mean, we had 17 fuel sites. Do we need 17 fuel sites? Not necessarily. So when it comes right down to it, we're really consolidating our fuel sites to a point where we have more than enough capacity in an emergency event like a storm, and we still have enough of capacity to fuel those who want to fuel there, but we're going to augment that with a fuel card program. Fuel is expensive to maintain. It really is. You got to constantly update the sites. You got to plan for capital replacement. You got to plan for operating replacement. And by consolidating those fuel sites from 17 down to 8, we'll see some real savings going forward. A lot of what Shane talked about are increases, and I want to talk about some of the things we're doing to decrease the budget. Not necessarily now, but maybe long term. So shutting down a lot of the fuel sites will help us long term reduce the overall budget in our department and countywide. Fleet management is getting new software called AssetWorks, and this was a recommendation from the Inspector General. He looked at our current software, and it's really outdated, and it's not sufficient for what we need to operate a fleet function. So we're moving to an AssetWorks program, and in fact, I believe that'll be on the agenda in July for approval for the board, or recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. And that'll really, really help fleet and departments operate much more efficiently. We could look at it across the board, providing metrics on day in, day out how fleet should be operating compared to the way they're operating now. We're trying to get fleet as competitive as possible going forward, because we do run it like a business, even though it's an internal service fund. So that'll help us greatly going forward. Like Shane mentioned earlier, we did complete the implementation of the global position system, the GPS. Now we're going to start utilizing that. We're going to get some really good metrics from that system, including idling time, duty cycle of vehicles, where vehicles are at any point of the day. If we could find better ways of driving around the county through that program too. There's all kinds of things you can track with a GPS system. So that's going to be really valuable to both fleet and departments going forward. We've also completed the public safety campus fuel site design. Public safety campus, for whatever reason, I don't know what the planning was 7 or 8 years ago, we didn't replace the fuel site. So as part of replacement of the fuel site, we also have to take care of a drainage issue there as well, because it does flood when it rains heavy. So once again, that probably should have been part of the planning of that project, but it wasn't, so we're correcting that now going forward. So that's been completed, the design's been completed, and we're going to potentially complete that site by the end of calendar year 2024. Barry mentioned earlier about reducing our underutilized vehicles countywide. We have many reports that we're looking at right now. We're scanning through those. Some underutilized vehicles have to stay just by the nature of the application, but there are many that can go and will go, frankly, if we will be able to prove that they're underutilized and no longer needed. And keeping those vehicles obviously increase our operating expenses, parts, and everything else, because the way we currently bill from a fleet perspective is we bill as vehicles need to be preventive maintenance, on a bi-monthly basis, annual basis, depending on the vehicle, or if there's a repair. Going forward, we're changing the way we're billing as well, like Shane mentioned, where we're going to bill by class of vehicle. So for a department to keep that vehicle, there's going to be an expense associated with it going forward. That'll give them incentive to give up the vehicle because it's not needed. If you need a dump truck once a year or a four-wheel drive vehicle once a year, you can borrow it from another department that has it. There's no need to have that sitting there just for a once-a-year use or twice-a-year use. And I'm exaggerating a little bit, but there is that kind of usage around the county, so we are cracking down on that as much as possible, and that'll help us too going forward from a budgetary perspective. Shane already mentioned about the generator replacement program, and I injected, so I'm not going to go any more into that. And about billing. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about purchasing and risk management initiatives. The current Oracle solution does a lot of things pretty good. One of the things it doesn't do well is solicit contracts. So we went out and sourced a program called OpenGov, and OpenGov is currently utilized by many large counties in Florida and throughout the United States, and it really offers some huge advantages. Not only is it really easy to use both internally and externally to the county, and a lot of vendors really compliment us on it constantly, but there's a huge vendor database available in that, especially with emergency vendors. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. There's also a huge database involved in, for specifications and scopes. Most government organizations buy the same materials and services. So that information's already in the program. You know, and this helps departments out. A lot of departments don't know where to start. They know they need something, they're not quite sure where to start. So the information is contained in this program. That's going to help everybody going forward. We really expect to get some great metrics out of this program. We can compare to our peers going forward. You know, cycle times. How long does it actually take to purchase goods and services? You hear all these rumors, oh my God, it takes so long. Governmental purchasing is not designed to be a fast process, it's an audit process. And that's what really confuses people. Like, why does it take so long? We don't want it to go really fast. You want to make sure it goes through the proper audit steps. We want to make sure we keep everybody out of trouble. So, but there are ways to improve that process, and OpenGov will get us there. We're totally confident of that. We're also looking at potential code changes. We're working with the Office of County Attorney. Bid threshold, small purchase threshold, delegated authority thresholds. These haven't been reviewed in many years, and frankly, they've been the same that have been in place for about 12 to 15 years. So we're going to look at that, look at what peers have done around the state, and see if there's a need to increase those. Anytime you increase a threshold, there's always a potential for some risk, but we're going to try to balance that with making sure we have everything in place going forward from a process perspective to balance that off. Insurance. We've done some really creative things to reduce our insurance increases. I mean, they went up, obviously, but they could have went up much, much more. We've discontinued insurance on some of our lower-priced vehicles up to $50,000, some of our structures up to $500,000. We're talking about park restrooms, shelters at parks. I mean, these things are really, really well built, and the risk is very low that they'll be damaged in any kind of a storm. They're really well built. Those are the kind of things we're looking at, as well as co-insurance, where we co-insure up to 20% of the first $75 million in claims. So the county would actually pay 20% up to the first $75 million in claims, and that's based upon our risk history. And, you know, we did that to keep the price of the actual increase down to, you know, an amount that is not outrageous. Like, I think Shane mentioned it, some cities and counties around the state have had 60 to 50% increases in their premiums. You know, that's a huge amount of money as it stands right now. What did ours go up, Shane? $2 million off the top? I don't remember what our premium actually went up from last year. Yeah. So
it was 1.5 million this year.
It went up significantly, even making these changes. So we're going to keep looking at that going forward. And anything we can come up with creative where it makes sense, obviously taking everybody into consideration, you know, we're going to do it accordingly. Talk a little bit about facilities and real property initiatives. Use of CityWorks software, and I'll let Diana elaborate on this a little more as well, but we're building a database for equipment and assets. One of the things the county has not done well in the past is really manage assets when they should be replaced, when preventive maintenance cycles are appropriate. You know, we want to be able to determine if it makes sense to replace something, if it makes, what brand we should buy. You know, we bought all this one type brand and they're not holding up. We have to have that history, and CityWorks really is a good tool to track all of that. Diana, do you want to add anything to that?
Sure.
You need to turn your mic on.
Sure, thank you. We've fully trained and implemented CityWorks, which is our asset management software. We have 146 staff and 104 building liaisons tied in to communicate with us on maintenance issues. our biggest initiative right now is collecting the data. You know, we've been in a reactive mode for many, many years, and we'd like to get out in front and be able to plan for these capital expenditures. Our focus right now is collecting data on our Tier 1 critical assets. So we're about 75% there, and that will help us, again, plan for our next 1 to 5 years of capital improvement projects.
Thanks, Diana. We also implemented a Granger Keep Stock program. Throughout facilities, historically, there were all these little rooms that had a little of this in it, you know, some light bulbs, whatever, belts for HVAC units, et cetera. So we went to Granger and said, hey, how do we solve this? And we had a third party who came in and looked at facilities operations and strongly recommended we go to a Granger Keep Stock program. Essentially, this reduces the potential of shrinkage, reduces obsolescence. You know, you keep all this stuff in inventory and we get rid of the unit, and if nobody stays on top of that, now you have items that really don't have much value to the county. Plus, staff can go to one source for mostly everything, which eliminates them having to run around trying to find things. So it's really effective, much more effective than we were operating. We think it's going to save money too over time, no question about it. One of the other things we want to really push forward is service level agreements. We want our customers, including our elected officials, to know what to expect and what we're going to provide. You know, we want to reduce and eliminate assumptions. A lot of times, oh yeah, we thought you were going to do that. No, that's not our responsibility. You know, and it goes back and forth. Up front, we want them to know, all of our customers, both our departments and elected officials that we service, what our responsibilities are and what their responsibilities are. Same thing with leased properties. You know, we have a lot of properties out there that we turn over to an entity to, you know, that they actually live in it, but it's our property and we're responsible for it. A lot of times those agreements call for the actual entity that's living in that building to take care of the basic maintenance items. It doesn't happen, and you know, it comes back to the county, and we go out there and usually fix it. By having agreements in place, SLAs especially up front, that will hopefully make it much more clear going forward what's expected. Same thing, Diana, do you want to talk a little about the sale of surplus properties as well? It's another initiative we have.
Sure. We're building a database right now that houses about 1,300 parcels that the county owns. Now, that includes everything from our office buildings to Public Works has a lot of property for permitted facilities, but it also includes little strips and corner clips of land that was left over after a Public Works project, for instance. So we, in order to reduce our liability and put some of these properties back on the tax roll, we're systematically selling off the properties, even giving these little corner clips and strips away to the adjacent owners. Based on the recent Live Local Act, we're also morphing that database into something that's public to be able to comply by 10/1 so that we can have on a public website anything in our surplus that might be suitable for affordable housing. Thank you.
Okay, just take a minute on our work plan for next year. We want to complete the county space study and analysis. Right now it's in process. We want to complete that this coming year for sure. Yep. We want to develop building project management manual, but actually that's migrating to Jeff's new department, but it's on our work plan list. So Jeff, you hear that? It's going to be your responsibility going forward.
So if I can interrupt for just a
Yes,
moment,
ma'am.
I have to ask, is this the same space study you've been talking about for us for the last couple of years?
Correct. Yep. So,
Well, okay, I mean, how long does it take to do it, for goodness sakes?
Yeah.
there's a few things on that. One, we really need to get a handle on remote work and the impact that has on space.
Remote what? Oh.
We wanted to get the issue of remote work down into our workplace, how people are doing it. And it's taken a couple of years for people to kind of figure that out. A lot of people working remotely, but then we brought them back in some kind of hybrid environment. But we're actually been working, especially with our constitutionals. Some of our constitutionals, have you seen, have moved. And where they're located between here and in the North County Service Center, we really had to go down to what is needed versus necessarily wanted. And that has shrunk that footprint significantly. The reason for that is, what we've also seen is cost. And so we needed to get this right before we brought it to you, otherwise it would have been bigger than what it's going to be, and that's taken time. But we're almost there now, you know?
Yes, sir.
And I have not seen the draft, but I know it's coming to me soon, and we're going to get that onto a work plan here.
So I heard two answers. I heard you say summer, and I heard Joe say this year,
Yeah.
which to me is the end
And
of
that's
December.
my fault, Commissioner, because this
sorry?
was, that's my fault. It's going to be completed it should be completed by summer. It'll definitely be completed by the end of this fiscal year, which is September. Yes.
As soon as we review the internal document, unless there's anything we have to organize with our elected officials, then it'll come to you, and we'll begin discussing that. And I'll just give you an example. When Stantec, first off, Stantec did the original report. It was a poor report. Just so I can tell you, Supervisor of Elections had offices up in the North County Service Center. When I talked to her, I don't need that. Well, that's because they kind of went out and said, what do you want? And not look at saying, how many people do you have? What are they going to do? The functionality, and here's the space plan that I can apply it to get to a number. You can't build that based upon a wish list. We're talking significant dollars. So we had to tighten that up, and we had to put parameters around it. And that's how our new plan does. Now remember, our new plan also, though, looks at reuse of our existing facilities. If you do choose to go to a new campus, we had to work with the city on what a massing would look like for that, because that's going to determine the value of the land. So there's a lot of different pieces that had to go into that prior to us coming to you. It's not just our space plan.
Any other questions or comments on this subject matter? No? Okay.
Thanks, Commissioner. We're developing an EV master plan strategically. Obviously, the economy of scale for electric vehicles is not there, not even close. We know that's the technology that's coming forward. We're going to replace our light-duty fleet with EVs, but it's based on application. It's based on economy of scale, and we have a pilot project in place, too, which we hope we get the vehicles because of all the shortages that have occurred in the automotive industry, but we're buying 5 electric Ford pickup trucks, and if we get them, we'll be able to track that over the next year or two and see what the maintenance costs are and operating costs. So that'll give us good information going forward as to how we should proceed. We're in the process of implementing, and what I mean by implement, we installed the GPS, now we're going to implement and get the software out of that, like I mentioned earlier, the metrics. Update the management plan for county-owned properties, like I mentioned earlier, and also update real estate policy and procedures. Those same policies and procedures have been in place since the former real estate management department was put for, I believe it was, that department was put in place, I think, in 2010. So those policies and procedures really need to be looked at and updated accordingly. Let's spend just a minute or two on our performance measures. As part of our overall EV approach, we're going to look at carbon dioxide emissions, and we did see a 4% reduction in carbon dioxide emissions. We do have, believe it or not, several electric vehicles already in our fleet, golf carts. Everybody says golf carts, what's the big deal about that? Golf carts pollute more. Gas golf carts pollute more than an SUV. So eliminating that out of the fleet makes a huge difference in emissions. We're looking at, because we implemented OSHA a few years ago, of a change in employee injuries from year to year, and you can see our employee injuries are going down from year to year, and that's we think OSHA, we know OSHA standards really help with that going forward. The amount of change orders processed, as we get more efficient in the way we process purchasing work, our change orders should be going down, and they have gone down by about 200 from year to year, from fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 22. Savings attributed to the use of purchasing cards. Every time you don't have to issue a purchase order, you save about $50 to $75. So it's a pretty big savings over the course of a year, about $1.3 million just by using a P card. And that's not counting the actual rebates we get from the state, which is about $275,000 a year, but just by using the P card through their program. And vendors in compliance with insurance, we're at about 80% rate. We have to make sure that our vendors stay compliant, especially our contractors with insurance, because that could really cause a problem from a risk perspective. So those are our performance measures. That's all I have. Does anybody have any questions about anything we brought up or something that we haven't brought up?
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Joe, very much. So when we're decommissioning the fueling sites, are we removing the tanks and removing all of the infrastructure, and so we're just pulling everything out of the ground?
Yes, sir.
Does that create any additional surplus property that the county will have? That,
Yeah, I'll let Don actually talk about that. He's been very actively involved with it on a day-to-day basis. Don, go right ahead.
Commissioner, your question was the operational impact to closures of fuel sites. Did I understand that?
Right. Just to understand, it sounds like we're completely decommissioning them. We're taking out all the infrastructure, removing the tanks, recycling all that. Does that create any additional surplus land for the county? Or that can be repurposed for any other thing? Or
At a small local level. So as an example, we're decommissioning some 6,000 gallon tanks, which is a fair size footprint. And that space will be available to the Parks and Rec staff.
Okay.
But on a large scale, no, sir.
Not external to the county.
So you're saying most of them are located on county property already. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Okay. And then, so I like that you said you're using Granger for managed parts on one side for the fleet. Remind me what you guys are doing for fleet. I know we talked about when I toured out there, but I just don't remember.
Several years ago, we competitively sourced the NAPA
IBS,
contract to come in and actually run that for us. And same thing, shrinkage and obsolescence. It just wipes that all out.
Yep. Good. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Commissioner Justice?
That was exactly the question I had. Thank you.
Well, look at that. Great minds think alike. Anybody else?
Yeah, we're buying them now, in fact. Oh, yes. We had, how many do we have in the fleet now, Don? Electric golf carts? 25, I believe.
The total carts that we have in the county's fleet is 162. We got a lot of utility carts. They're split between traditional electric, like car batteries, a whole bunch, and gas engines. And we are replacing both those when they come due with lithium ion. There's a small increase in price, but the performance has been such we're considering extending the life. They're really performing better than we ever thought. And as Joe had mentioned earlier, the emissions output is a significant gain, 0. So it's been a real success for those carts. And I think we do have about in between 20 and 25. We've got, I think, 16 more coming with the upcoming fiscal 24 equipment purchase plan. So we're continuing to replace those with the lithium-ion batteries.
Okay.
And they're not having trouble cooling those batteries? I know they're making them smaller and doing all that, but the cooling is always the problem, and those are highly flammable issues, so.
Regarding the vehicles, there's a big difference in the vehicle batteries, which you are correct. LG is one of the primary global suppliers. They're working through their challenges. Overall, I think the EVs are getting better and better, safer and safer, more reliable. The utility carts, we have not experienced one issue with cooling.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now we have, now we have construction.
Yep. Right here.
So commissioners, just like the last one, Shane is going to be presenting on the budget side, and it will go over to Jeffrey for.
Can we hold on a moment till we get our folks back? They've all left at the same time. Give us a couple minutes. Freezing. It's always cold.
It was really cold yesterday.
Always cold. That's why I normally have my little floor heater underneath my seat. I'll tell you what, it's like a lifesaver. Only here and over in the courthouse. But I'm I'm telling you, it just gets to be, when your hands are so cold you can't write, that's a problem. We can be done by 2.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Last of the day and third time with me. So we're going to basically pick up almost with the same conversation we were having with the Department of Administrative Services, because all of the budget that you are seeing here on page 1 for construction services is going to be coming from Joe's department. There is no change in levels of service at this time with the increase that is presented before you. We are looking at 10 FTEs to be transitioned from DAS to construction services, and their salary would be $1.3 million, and they also include the 3.0% salary adjustment at the midpoint. And then finally, the operating expenses will also come out of DAS's Facilities and Real Property Division's budget, and that is estimated at $84,150, so that construction services may sustain itself as its own office. At this time, there are no decision packages for construction services. And as a new department, it does not have any accomplishments, work plans, or performance measures. But they are being developed in partnership with the Office of Management and Budget.
Wow, how about that?
Excuse me, I'd also like to mention on our work plans, we are working on some policies and procedures for the department on how we approach and work through construction projects and how they're implemented. Key to that is keeping our lines of communication open to our customers. We've greatly improved that with our current customers, and we just like to make sure that we're in constant communication. Where the project's at, good or bad. That way everybody knows, where we're at, and you have an answer when you're questioned. I put this in 6 months ago. Where's it at? Well, it could be still in design phase. So some people may not understand that. So we're in the process of putting that together, and we've also just engaged professional construction estimators. As you've heard, everything with the price of everything, and previously with trying to do estimates, it just skyrocketed. Nobody could get a handle on it. So we're looking to improve our estimates and move forward with real live cost without encumbering a lot of change orders or changes, surprises.
Okay.
And Commissioners, the reason that's important and the reason of creating this division, you go in, let's just say in 2017, you say, we're going to do a penny project. and they say, okay, it's 2 million for this, and it's 5 million for this, and it's 3 million for that. What they didn't tie it back to is it going to be done in 24, 26, or 29, and estimating the inflationary cost to go to it. So when they said it was $2 million and then we come in here at 7, why is it so over budget? Well, first, we hadn't designed it, and 2, we hadn't escalated inflation into those prices. This is allowed, this way they're going to estimate, they're going to lay out their plan to where when they talk about a project, it's at midpoint of construction with an inflator, and at least we can come back and say, we estimated 15% escalation and industry's 20. We can account for and look at where those projects are. That's probably been the biggest single issue that's driven so many challenges in some of these construction projects. The method by which they do construction also has been a significant issue. On your public safety campus, you didn't have a third party doing material testing. That's the reason the paint faded, okay? You know, you had the contractor doing some of those. So the construction method and the construction estimating and planning is key to getting these projects where they're on time and on budget.
So that whole conversation you just had right there, Barry, is another good reason why I think taking a fresh look at the penny money that we've allocated years ago could be very telling if we take a look at that list today.
We'll send that out to you.
Yeah. And back to the point about construction, is it inappropriate for me to ask right now, where are we with the hangar out at the airport?
Not at all, Commissioner. In fact, the board approved the contract last month to move forward, the actual construction lease contract. We're working with the Sheriff's Office very closely on design. We've had 3 meetings to date, so it's really rolling along. We expect it to be done by the end of 2025 at the latest, hopefully sooner.
Oh, well, I mean,
Yeah.
at least this is,
Yeah.
there's a pot at the end of the rainbow. It's been going on for as long as I've
Absolutely,
been
yeah,
here.
way too long. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? over
Quick
here?
question.
Yes, Mr. Justice.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. You will oversee the whole process of working with our outside vendor on all these construction projects? Is that from like the bidding process all the way through the timelines? And I think that, I mean, that's important as we communicate to our residents, because we've had more than one occasion where we've kind of jumped the gun a little bit, thinking that it was going to be done in 2019 and it's just starting this year, and those kind of things that is as frustrating as anything for our constituents. So having that kind of good information of knowing the timeline, not only the cost changes and being able to plan out, but actually plan out the timeline of construction and completion is really, really important.
I want to separate from what Jeff does. He's on the construction side. We still have an OMB, our capital construction group, and they manage the penny. Okay, so but you know they can't put estimates in. They can't. You know, and I think some of the times we need to give them money for preliminary design. They need to at least scope the project to where we can give you an accurate estimate. Sometimes we are plugging in things 6, 8 years out, and we haven't really scoped it. Well, that's just a swag. And then we're all surprised when we get, and you know, the cost is so much. So there's some little things that we can do by having this group on board that'll really help refine those budget estimates and make for a better plan to where managing the expectations on when projects are going to come in.
Yeah, the worst thing is to show a big, beautiful design, and then when you come back 18 months later, the design is missing about 8 of the elements that you had promised the folks on that project. So,
And, you know, it's initially you'll have a concept, that design. When you go to the drawing board, there may be other parties that want different things. We've experienced that. So, you know, along the way, there has to be, you know, a lot of communication among all the people who are going to occupy that and utilize that space. So it may change considerably at the end because they may realize, hey, you know, we needed storage for these vehicles. We never had that. So that's where the communication comes in. And you're right, it may change, but it's going to change hopefully for the better and what their needs are currently and in the future.
Anything over here? No?
That's all we have for today.
That's it?
That's it for today.
Wow, look at this.
It's hard to predict how long these will go, so, you know.
So 2 o'clock tomorrow is what I heard.
Yep, we'll see.
Managing expectations, Barry.
I can manage a lot of things. How much questions you ask, I'm not sure I can do that.